Check, check, one, two. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our Children's Committee public hearing. And we have quite a few speakers signed up today, so let's get started. And just waiting on the door. Thank you, Beverly. I appreciate that for closing the doors. And first up, we will have Christina Geo, the acting child advocate from the Office of Child Advocate.
Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Wieslander, Representative Comey. I'm not sure who's online. Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Daphne, and members of the committee. I'm Christina Gio, and I am the acting child advocate from the Office of the Child Advocate. I'm here today to testify with regard to Senate Bill 6, an act concerning the resources and supports for infants, toddlers, and disconnected youth, and specifically to testify with regard to sections 6 and 7 of the bill, which would require municipal camps to be licensed by the Office of Early Childhood. This bill attempts to address concerns about the safety of children in unlicensed camps, and OCA supports those efforts. Licensure is the gold standard for ensuring the safety of children in childcare and camp settings, and licensure ensures that camps conduct background checks of employees, that they comply with regulations regarding health and safety training, medication administration, staff ratios, and more. OCA would recommend that if this bill moves forward, that licensure of municipal childcare be included within the scope. As currently written, at least as I read the bill would require that the youth camps operated by municipalities be licensed, but does not appear to apply to the any childcare that might be operated by municipalities. OCA is cognizant of the costs associated with licensure. Licensure would require additional staff at the Office of Early Childhood, and municipal programs would incur additional costs to meet licensing requirements. And so I want to say that if licensure cannot move forward due to the fiscal realities, OCA urges the committee to ensure that the most foundational aspect of safety moves forward, and that is background checks. This should be done not just for municipal camps, but for most of the license-exempt childcare settings. As I've testified before in front of this committee, in addition to municipal youth camps, current law exempts a list of childcare providers from licensing requirements for a variety of reasons, and those include childcare operated by municipalities, drop-in childcare and retail establishment, childcare by the Boys and Girls Clubs exclusively for school-aged children, and for specifically identified nonprofit entities. The exemptions do lower the cost of care, but they mean that requirements for background checks do not apply. And we believe this leaves children at risk. And I know the committee will hear testimony from some of the municipal camps that they already do background checks. And I don't doubt that that's true. But that, number one, is voluntary. And two, there's no guarantee that all of the unlicensed camps are doing that. And so we believe that it needs to be in statute, and we would urge the committee to ensure that most of the unlicensed childcare settings and camps be required to complete background checks to include state and federal criminal history, DCF, Child Abuse Registry, and the Sex Offender Registry. This is we will never prevent all abuse or neglect from happening, but we can prevent people with a known history that makes them a risk to children from working in childcare settings. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Just a moment. We're going to stand at ease for a minute because I forgot to turn on Zoom. So hold on. Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning or afternoon. Does the office have a recommendation on how to ensure that these background checks are being done? And something that either we should work in or already exists that could be added to this?
You know, I think that's a really good question, right? With regard to the licensed daycares, OEC is involved in that process, and so we know it happens. There are other places in statute that require these checks where there's also not a really clear enforcement mechanism. And I think if OAC were charged with doing that, I think that would be the right place for it. If we were going to put someone in charge for making sure this happens, I think it would likely come at some expense, right? And so we have to balance that. But we do have, as I said, other places in statute that require these checks where there isn't necessarily someone coming in to make sure that they're happening. But at least we've got the requirement. So I would, I'd say that OEC, I think, would be the appropriate place, but I think they would need resources. And we don't know the exact number. So, right, we don't know how many municipal camps are a little easier to get a number on, but the remainder are a little bit more challenging. And so I think that presents a little bit of a difficulty with figuring out exactly how many and how much staff would be required.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for being here today to testify. My question is regarding the background checks. We had testimony in one of our hearings that there were opportunities to do background checks where it wouldn't be a cost, and that individuals could look through the registries, that be it the ones you named, I think state and national criminal registry reports, the DCF state court reports, and the sex offender reports. Are you aware of that, and are you able to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the question. So let me work backwards. So the sex offender registry is available online to the public and is free to check. So that one's easy. The DCF Child Abuse Registry is not available to the public, but it is free. And the employer needs a consent form, and they need to register essentially with DCF to be able to use their portal and make those checks, but that is free as well. The state and federal criminal history checks are the more complicated. So a state and national fingerprint-based check is not free. I've gotten different estimates, somewhere between 80 and 110, somewhere in that ballpark, per fingerprint check. Those are the ideal because it's using fingerprints and it's state and federal. However, there is on our Connecticut judicial website, there is a way to do what's called a case lookup, and you can look up criminal convictions that are within the state of Connecticut, right? You would not get national, but again, it's available to the public and it's free. It would give employers the last 10 years. It doesn't give all of the history. Generally speaking, those convictions show up for the last 10 years and for the state of Connecticut only. And the other sort of limitation on that is that it's a name check and it's based on birth year. So when you're searching, it's not as 100% reliable as a fingerprint check would be, but it is a way of looking to see if there's an obvious criminal conviction using the name and birth year, and it is free and it is available online.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And through you, Madam Chair. So that's good to know. Would that be acceptable to you? I know you said the access to the federal one would not be, but to get us out the gate for now?
I think it is preferable to what we have now. And if it's combined with the child abuse registry check and combined with the sex offender registry check, I think that's sensible. It's not ideal, but I think it's better than what we have now. And it provides a no cost way to have better checking than what we have now.
So the child abuse registry check, is that the same thing as what we're calling the DCF one?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
Central Registry. So that would be a report's made to DCF. DCF investigates and substantiates, means they find there was abuse and neglect, and they make a separate finding that the person is a risk to the safety of children. And so and that's a confidential registry, and the individual who's being checked would have to sign a consent form in order for the employer to check that. And if it's in statute, then that gives the the employer the ability to say, I need you to sign this form as a condition of employment.
Okay. So while they're not your top choice, it would be acceptable to you because that would definitely probably be appealing perhaps to those that haven't started this process yet and are struggling with costs to begin with. But anyway, thank you. I appreciate that information and thank you for testifying today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no more questions, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Next up, we will have Kate Farrar, joined by Brandon Chafee.
Good afternoon, Chairs Marr and Acting Chair Wieslander, Chair Paris, ranking members Martin and Daphne, members of the committee. I am here with Rep. Farrar to testify in support of House Bill 5003. I'm going to offer kind of a parent / legislator perspective on the bill, and then Rep. Farrar will dig more into the details. Becoming a parent is one of the most life-changing events people will ever face in their life. Being a parent is beautiful and fulfilling, but it's not easy by any stretch of the imagination. Adding to the stress of such a life change is the financial burdens associated with childcare. For many parents, childcare is their largest monthly expense. For my two kids who are both in early childcare right now, my monthly bill is larger than my mortgage. And there are some major problems in our early childcare system that need to be fixed. First of all, there aren't enough childcare centers open in the state. Many new parents find that it's difficult to secure a place for their child. Childcare is too expensive. Many people are left to make a difficult decision as to whether one spouse can afford to stay home from work, or they try to cobble together care through family members and family friends. Childcare workers are in short supply, mainly due to being underpaid, lacking basic benefits like healthcare and retirement. And the childcare centers also face a dilemma. They know that the parents can't afford to pay anymore, so they can't charge more, and they can't afford to pay their staff more, even though many of them would like to. These are the brutal economics of the early childcare system, and this is why it's crucial that the state step in to help support our children, parents, and our centers. Priority Bill 5003 seeks to address these systemic issues in the childcare sector by providing funding to stabilize wages, providing these workers with subsidies to get health care. We can attract and retain more employees. By raising the state rates to the centers, we can help ease the pressure on charging parents more. And by expanding care for kids, we could lower the out-of-pocket costs to more parents. There's also a bonding component to the bill with the grants to the centers. They could afford things like expansion, capital improvements, renovations, and we can ensure that there are more childcare spots and that the spots offer a safe and healthy learning environment to children. With that being said, I will turn it over to my colleague Farrar to kind of drill down into the details of the bill more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rep. Chafee, and thank you to, do you need both of these on? Okay, good. Great to be here with the Children's Committee, and I just want to thank you all for everything you've been doing this session to focus on early childhood care and education. As you heard from Rep. Chafee, and I know I speak for myself and so many of us as legislators, that know this is an imperative that we think about every day, because we know that the investment in early childhood care and education isn't just an investment in our kids and families at the present, but it'll pay off dividends, not just for our economic future, but for lowering the costs that we bear as a state. As Representative Chafee shared, House Bill 5003 is a House priority bill, really indicating this being such a necessity that our legislature take up this session. I want to thank Rep. Chafee and Rep. McGee, who serves on the Children's Committee, for their work on this, as well as several legislators, including Rep. Bronco and Rep. Kennedy as well, for their input. What this bill really offers, I think, is a step forward from the work we did last year together. We unanimously passed a bill last year that established the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund in the state. This fund is very similar to other states that have set up specific funds to invest in this key area of need. And this bill this year really builds upon the establishment of that fund to be clear that as we put dollars towards that fund, that there are key areas that we can make a difference for lowering costs for families, for attracting and retaining childcare educators, and finally to updating and creating new childcare facilities. And that's why, as you will go through the bill in depth, I'm sure on this committee, you'll see that there's a number of ways that we really try to get at the heart of this issue, because we know that unfortunately, we can't just do one thing. We have to look across the system for families and providers and employers to make sure we're working together. Particularly for families, we have addressed in this bill a need for families to be able to apply and get quicker access to the Care for Kids subsidy. We've also expanded the Care for Kids subsidy, knowing that families, again, as they have incomes that rise, can't afford to lose their childcare. To attract and retain childcare educators, we really focus on making sure that providers are getting paid in advance for their services. And also, we're trying to address the need to raise educator pay. Also, I would highlight for childcare educators, we are looking at, again, some other great state models about how we could provide affordable healthcare insurance to our early childhood educators, as well as providing a financial benefit for early childcare educators who might be eligible for Care for Kids. And then finally, in that support around the updating of facilities and the creation of new facilities, there's been great work that we've already accomplished as a state. There was just recently $10 million of bonding that was meant for these purposes, but we know that the requests far outdo the kind of needs that we've been providing for. And so in this bill, you'll see that there is 5 years of continuous bonding requested so that we can keep up with those needs that are in our communities for those facilities. Overall, you have a lot on your plate as the Children's Committee, but we greatly appreciate you all looking closely at this bill, and we're just grateful to be working together with all of you to make sure that we are prioritizing our kids in the state, that we're prioritizing our families, and that we're making these investments that are going to pay off for all of us. So thank you for the time today, and we welcome your questions and thoughts.
Thank you, Representative and Representative. We very much appreciate you both being here. I do want to, we all know that we need more childcare. We've heard it consistently from parents. We know that we need additional funding for providers. There's just so much that is needed. Certainly, we saw that in the Blue Ribbon panel, and then onward with everything we're hearing from parents. As we increase the people that are providing childcare, obviously we're going to be doing background checks. So I would love it, since we just had that question on background checks in the previous testimony, I would love it if you could speak a little bit towards the Section 18 on the bill of 5003 and what your thinking is behind that section.
Well, just kind of to build off of the narrative I provided before. Can you hear me well?
And not well, maybe turn off the other mic,
Scoot forward here a little bit.
but only do one mic.
I see. Is that better?
Perfect. I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in discussions we've had with people who operate childcare centers, the current system right now has flaws. They said it takes too long for the background checks. When they lose an employee and they try to onboard somebody new, the background check process needs to be streamlined, frankly. They don't have, it's not quick enough for them to basically maintain the ratios they need for staffing levels. Other suggestions that we've heard from providers would be the background check process for substitutes needs to be streamlined. And even my provider brought the suggestion forward that there should be some sort of process for parents who have children in the centers. Oftentimes the parents volunteer their days off to go and act as a substitute. And right now the process is a little bit too murky in terms of background checks. So that would be something we would suggest looking into as well. And
Yeah, and thank you, Senator, for that question. It's one of the reasons why hearing from so many providers, as Representative Chafee said, that in the bill right now, there's a request for the Office of Early Childhood to work with DESP, another state agency, to report to the committees of cognizance to make sure they're looking closely at, what is the data on the average time for processing? What strategies could we take on to improve that? Not just the speed, but the convenience for folks getting the background checks, and to really assess how folks could better coordinate the background checks that exist. You heard that a little bit with the prior testimony, but I think, again, this really impacts the day-to-day operations of our early childhood care providers. And we wanted to make sure to provide further, kind of direction to how we can get more of that information and get to the root of how we could work together to solve those issues.
Thank you for that. Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both so much for being here today, and thank you to the entire bipartisan team that put this this massive bill. Well, it's not massive. This massive in impact bill together. I was wondering if you might be able to explain the new process of accessing health care for childcare workers, and what we're because we're not trying to recreate the wheel, but what are we doing? What's the plan, the idea, and why is it important?
Thank you, Rep. Wielander. As you noted, it's critical that we address this issue because we know that for so many folks who care for our children, they, number one, often might not be able to stay in that job because they can't afford that and afford all of their other costs to survive. But often it's a decision in regards to their family and if they need to get a different type of job in order to access health insurance. So the way that this piece is proposed in the bill is in working with the Comptroller's office and looking at another entity, Washington, D.C., we've learned that there's been an approach taken to really support folks who might be able to and looking at accessing health insurance through the Access Health Exchange, but to support that with some further subsidies to make it meaningful and affordable for them. And therefore, what they did in Washington, D.C. that we've spoken with the Comptroller about that is broadly outlined in this bill is that if a child care employer already had and was providing health insurance through the Access Health Exchange, that employer would, as a small business on the exchange, receive a certain level of subsidy. And then in turn as well, if the employer was not providing health insurance, that the individual themselves, again, could access health insurance on the Access Health Connecticut Exchange and receive an additional subsidy. This is what they've pursued in Washington, D.C. In providing a certain amount of funds available, and they have signed up, as you can imagine, hundreds of new educators in Washington, D.C. who just did not have access to health insurance before that. And I think it really speaks to the creative ways that the legislature tried to address the needs of paraeducators recently. And I think us recognizing the needs of early childhood educators is just another critical piece of that.
Thank you. And lastly, we've heard a number of different proposals. This is one of the proposals that we've heard in the committee and throughout the building this year. Could you just explain why you personally feel this is the time and why this is so important that we are paying attention to this issue and the argument of, well, it might cost too much. This is too much for right now. Tell me why this is the time that we need to do this.
I mean, I think to be blunt, the system is kind of at a breaking point right now. before being part of this bill, I mean, my interaction was, I have 2 kids in childcare and I know it's expensive. And beyond that, I didn't really understand the economics or the implications to the workforce. Throughout researching and working on this bill, I've learned a lot about the system. And right now, the kind of the choke point of the system is really the workforce. There's not enough people in these roles, and it's mainly due to lack of pay. It's a hard job. To the point about healthcare, you get sick a lot when you're around little kids. I know that firsthand very well. But we've talked to operators who, would be interested in expanding, and they said, we would expand tomorrow. We just do not have the workforce. And there's broader implications across the economy. You have parents who drop out of the workforce. For myself, it's easily between $2,000, $2,400 a month for 2 kids in childcare. When you think of what somebody needs to make pre-tax just to break even on that, it's a major problem. So, I think that it's incumbent upon us as a legislature and as the government to step in and to support this. It's probably one of the most crucial parts of our economy and our society, to be frank. This is the next generation of people we're talking about. And all the research shows that early childhood education, creating a strong foundation for these children, is vitally important, and it will pay dividends for the rest of their lives.
Thank you, Rep. Welander. I would just add that I think it's a great thing that so many of us are talking about early childhood care and education, and that there are several bills out there. I think we would hope, especially in putting together what is a part of the House Priority Bill 5003, is that we look at all of the needs again to make sure that we're making this at the same time affordable for families, at the same time supporting the workforce needs, and at the same time making sure those facilities are available. Because often, as Rep. Chafee shared, if we just address one of those, then we are again kind of losing out or breaking the system even more for families and our businesses. So I think we have to make sure that we're looking at any investment we make in a comprehensive and thoughtful way. And in regards to, kind of the time is now, I often kind of think to myself, and I think we often do as legislators, there's also a true cost of doing nothing. There's a cost to us if we just pursue the status quo. And we can see those costs in our personal budget lines. We can see those costs to our family and friends, but there really are significant costs to our state if we don't make this investment. And I think that's what we've learned from all the other states that have established funds such as this and have really made this long-term investment. So thank you.
Thank you.
So, I'm sorry. Representative Comey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to figure out who to give the signals to over here, who's chairing. Wink, wink. Thank you so much for your work on this, both of you. I have my question. I have a couple, but I'll stick with this one that is really top of mind and talk about how this bill is different than what we're seeing by our executive branch a little bit, and then talk about its abilities to where this fund lies in regard to our spending cap and our other finances in the state.
Thanks, Rep. Comey, and thank you for your very long history in supporting and fighting for early childhood education and for your expertise on the caucus. Really appreciate you, and I appreciate those questions. I think, kind of to your question, yes, wonderfully, the governor's proposal, which is focused on investing greater dollars in pre-K, gets at a key need that our families and our economy needs. the approach that the governor's office is taking is to establish a very similar structured fund to what we already have in statute, but is structured in a way that only 10% of the kind of investment, dollars earned from that fund would be spent. Again, their approach is to build up a certain number of pre-K slots in our state to meet the needs for those 3 and 4-year-olds. Again, very valuable, very needed in our state. The approach in 5003 is really meant to build on what we did together last year in establishing the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund. And the monies invested in that fund, 90% of those would be immediately kind of invested year to year to put out into these needs, again, around reducing costs for families, supporting the workforce, and again, creating more of the facility needs. So there's certainly a different approach from the standpoint of the fund structure and the investment level, but both of them obviously are directed at making this very specific, significant, and meaningful investment. And then your second question about kind of how this fits in to a lot of our budget conversations. What's a part of this bill as what I've imagined is a part of the governor's bill, all of that will certainly come to bear once a budget is put together in the next few months. So I can imagine that what we have in here for ours or the governor might have in his might look very different than what we might have in front of us in a budget in a few months based on everyone's feedback. But what I would say in the immediate for what is in House Bill 5003 is it does use a certain amount of our current operating surplus to go towards the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund, but it does not, kind of break any of our current budget guardrails in regards to requiring a further vote of the legislature. It really does utilize that operating surplus, $100 million in one fiscal year, $100 million in the second fiscal year, to be dedicated towards these needs.
And so to your point, it works in tandem. What I'm hearing is it works in tandem, this 5003 with the governor's proposal. And that we're really working to create a whole system of support for the kids. And well, I have a couple other questions, but I'll pass it back and see where we land. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative. I did want to just make a point before I move to Representative Dauphiné, which is when you were speaking about growth in the childcare, the planned growth and what we're hoping for, is I really appreciated in section 2 where there was a focus additionally on construction and renovation, including technical assistance on that to childcare providers, because it recognizes that perhaps those aren't skills that they would come to the process with. So I appreciated your thoughtfulness in adding that. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for being here today. I wanted to touch upon a few things. Representative Chafee spoke about the length of time some of the background checks have caused and the backlog, and it makes it problematic when people are trying to turn over people. I think, don't let me put words in your mouth, but I think that's what you're speaking to. I don't know if you heard the testimony from the our child advocate, Christina, speaking. We were speaking about options, and we talked about the fact that perhaps some of these organizations could do their own background checks by doing some of the state criminal registry checks with DCF background checks with the child abuse registry and the sex offender registry. Can you weigh in on that and tell us what you think about that option to make it quicker and perhaps less expensive for groups to be able to do this?
Yes, thank you for the question. I did catch the tail end of the testimony, so I did hear some of the exchange. I think that it could be an option as long as it's properly vetting employees and we're maintaining safety for the centers. One of the problems I would see with the center operators performing their own background checks, I know that these people are very busy, just with day-to-day operations of the center. And I don't know how much time they would have to actually go through these various systems to make sure they're vetting people properly.
Thank you for that. And I wouldn't disagree with that. I guess I was thinking it was an option for them if they came up with a system to integrate that into what they're already doing. Perhaps they could do it far more efficiently and quicker. So I'm glad you weighed in on that. Thank you for that. The other thing I heard you say was that we were at a crisis point and that you felt like the state needed to step in. And I wanted to go to the other side of that with regard to who the state is. When the state steps in and we're financially going to take on the burden or the responsibility of much of what, or all of what we've spoken about today, that falls on the taxpayers of Connecticut. Now, I have a huge constituency and individuals that are reaching out to me telling me that they don't want to have to pay for other people's childcare, and that would be including employers as well. I wondered if you could speak to that and what your thoughts on that are, because there's a huge amount of people out there that feel like it's not their responsibility. They're at the brink of some disaster to pay their own bills, and now they feel like as taxpayers they're going to just be more burdened. We have people leaving the state, and it's a big ask. Can you just speak to that?
Hi, Representative. This is Representative Farrar. Thank you for that question, and Rep. Chafee can add to it too. In regards to the particulars of what's currently in the bill in front of you, 5003, again, the funding source is utilizing current operating surplus, so there's no additional burden, you could say, on the taxpayers that you might be hearing. I certainly agree with you. I know every day I hear from constituents that are simply struggling, and I appreciate you bringing that up. The other thing I would just mention is in regards to kind of how we think about our use of state funds. If we don't invest these dollars in early childhood care and education, what we will see is higher costs for us, such as what we're seeing with special education, or higher costs for our state in regards to other needs that these children and families might need down the line. And those can get more expensive over time if we don't have that high quality, accessible and affordable care from that birth to 5 years, because we know that, all the research points to that, all of the brain development that we have in that birth to 5 year is way afar and above the most critical years for our brain development. And that's why the payoff is so significant and why it's so worthy in regards to being an investment and saving us money in the long term as taxpayers. But I know for Rep. Chafee to comment further.
Just to add to the point, this bill does not propose any new taxes. I like all of us, I hear from constituents all the time, people who are living on a fixed income, people who are struggling to pay their bills right now. So I think it is important to note that this bill is not seeking to raise any new revenue, and it's just using existing dollars that we have. On top of that, I think it's important to look at kind of the entire economy-wide impact of this. Right now there are people who would be in the workforce, paying taxes, contributing to the economy, who cannot do that because they simply cannot afford childcare, or there are not spots for their children right now.
Thank you for that answer. I guess it wasn't really an answer to the taxpayer who just doesn't want to pay for it. And while you're saying that it won't come out of excess taxes, the governor's proposal for his budget is going to increase our spending by almost $3 billion. So the money is definitely coming from the taxpayers, whether we shift money around or take it from Peter to pay Paul. I just wanted to weigh in on my constituents that are opposed to funding something that they feel like they're not responsible for. They feel like they're not responsible for other people's children and or their daycare. So I just wanted to speak on their behalf, but thank you for being here today and doing your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no more questions, we really appreciate you being here. Thank you. And
Thank you all.
you are so welcome. And Commissioner Beth Bai will be up next, followed by Ava Bermudez, and then Nick Teeling.
Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative. He's not here, but I'm sure he's listening. Senator Martin, Representative Dauphins, and distinguished members of the Committee on Children, and Beth Bai, Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood. I'm testifying concerning SB 6 and HB 5003. I'm going to abbreviate my comments. You have my full testimony in front of you to save time for questions. For section 1 around transferring the CACFP program from SDE to OEC, we believe this is best suited to stay in SDE, that they have done it for years, and it also connects with other food programs in the schools. The agency has broad experience and expertise in that, and we don't really see a reason for moving it. Section 4 around the Kindergarten Prep Academy, this is really grounded in a program in Middletown that's been very successful, and we appreciate this. I would say that the governor's panel, the Bluberman panel, came out to say we're trying to simplify the early childhood system. We believe adding something like this to the system would further complicate it. That said, the governor's plan is really grounded in letting communities make decisions about how they want to handle their preschool. So nothing in the current system precludes communities from doing this kind of kindergarten preparatory academy. And, maybe the committee wants to encourage a study of something like that. But there is a line of educational research that talks about the value of mixed age grouping in education. And in California, when they first introduced universal preschool and looked at something like this, they found that it added to the complexity of the system, and there were some unintended consequences. That said, it doesn't mean that the program in Middletown isn't great, but the governor's plan is premised on letting communities make decisions with their early childhood dollars that work for them. And I would just say that changing the kindergarten age, everyone in this room knows, created a lot of disruption for families and schools and childcare programs and all that. But really, the idea is that if children aren't in kindergarten, they're in preschool. And if they're not in preschool, they're in kindergarten. And the preschool programs are adapting, and 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds can all be educated together if that's the choice. But we don't believe a program like this is needed to be statewide, but we do believe communities can have a choice to do this, and nothing in the current system precludes that, which brings me to the next section where you talk about using Smart Start for these programs. That is allowable now. Communities that have Smart Start classrooms could use them for just such a classroom. So again, you may want to direct us to study this approach and look at what's happening in Middletown so we can share best practices with other communities, and also take a close look with your LCOs at the statutory language to make sure there's nothing in the Smart Start or Early Start statute that would call into question using funds for those kinds of programs. Section 6 eliminates the licensing exemption for municipal youth camps. OEC has testified for years that we believe these programs should be licensed, but there is a significant cost because you need additional staff at OEC. So there is a significant fiscal impact. We support Section 8. On Section 9, requiring OEC to update the one-page developmental milestones and information concerning Help Me Grow and activities. We can do that, and we believe that's well within our abilities, but we also see SDE as a key partner in these efforts, and so we believe it's really a joint OEC-SDE effort. Section 10 requires OEC to conduct a quarterly review of children deemed ineligible to birth to 3 and the reasons for ineligibility. I will just say that this has been a concern of this legislature, the Education Committee, the Children's Committee. We did a study several years ago that led to significant improvements for children in birth to 3. To do this will take some additional staffing to do such a review, and there are some FERPA and HIPAA concerns that I think you'll have to work with the LCO on. I think some of what this is about is Connecticut's birth to 3 eligibility standards as much as it is children who don't quite qualify, because we have a pretty high standard to qualify for services. That said, on the ground, we do give providers some latitude when they see a child who's just on the brink and may need services to make a professional opinion on that. But we're happy to, work with you on this part, because we too have concerns that we keep track of those children who don't qualify and figure out ways to support them, but there are fiscal notes. Section 12, to report about the utilization of Sparkler. We're happy to do this. The Sparkler currently does link to existing supports and resources, which you're asking it to do. So that is very doable. It doesn't measure everything you're asking for in this bill, so we can sit down and talk through that with you. It's not the appropriate vehicle for some of the metrics you're asking for, and it does also have fiscal costs that are not included in the governor's budget. In terms of what Sparkler currently tracks, page 5 and 6 of our testimony outlines that. I won't read that all to you, but we are keeping track of a great deal. And before the pandemic, this was not a tool that was available, and we're finding it tremendously helpful. As a side and personal note, my own granddaughter was picked up into birth to 3 because her father used the Sparkler and then got a call from Help Me Grow. So, I've seen firsthand how this works and how families get calls and say, hey, can we come out and have a look or listen? So it's been a tremendous tool for the state. And I think it's important, Senator Mar, you and I have talked about data concerns so how do we use this data to help better plan? So we're open to working with you on that. And now House Bill 5003 that my friend Representative Farrar was just talking about. I'm also going to abbreviate my comments here because I expect there'll be questions. Section 1 and 2 of this bill invest $100 million in the state general fund for 26 and 27, and allows up to 90% to be used for care for kids, for salary enhancements, for healthcare, et cetera. This is exactly the inverse of what OEC is presenting, which is 90% stays in the fund as it grows, giving planning time, and as it grows, then we can expand. We really share a lot of the same goals in the governor's proposal as 5003, but you can hear that's a significant difference. We really believe our plan provides long-term stable investment for early care. The other one will really be subject to ups and downs in the state budget, whereas if you have a stable fund, we believe that's a smart strategy. The Governor's Universal Endowment Fund is based on the Blue Ribbon Panel Plan. We do believe that is the vehicle that we need to use to expand the early care and education system, make it more accessible for families. As you look at 5003, and this was also a lesson during the COVID years, is there's nothing in there that allows the funds to be used to expand state-funded childcare spaces, that is early start spaces. And those state-funded spaces are more stable for providers, allow them to pay their teachers better, allow them to stay in business more readily. And we've added family childcare to that system, which has also made a big difference for access for families who maybe work other hours or prefer someone in their neighborhood who has a family childcare watching their child. So I think that's a missing piece. Care for kids is important. Wages are important. All the things in 5003 are important. But I think we need to look at also using those funds for state-funded childcare. It really supports community-based programs and family childcare homes. Section 3 of 5003 requires OEC to develop a report talking about what do the Care for Kids rates need to be to cover the costs of salaries. We're happy to do this report, but more time would be helpful given the session ends in July and you're asking for this in September of 2025. But we feel like we'll have the capacity if we have a little more time. Section 6 is about Care for Kids rates and increasing those rates up to 100% of SMI. We have increased the Care for Kids rates 11% a year for 3 years. And also expanded up to 65% of the state median income. So there've been significant changes that are in the governor's budget. These costs would not be in the governor's budget and therefore would expand the wait list of the current system. And if you go above 85% of SMI, you can no longer use federal dollars. And our system is built on part federal, part state. So just something to keep in mind. Section 8 to 10 is about a competitive 5-year $100 million grant for capital expenses. OEC acknowledges that there's a need for facilities funding as well as technical assistance to plan and execute construction. But this is not in the governor's budget. We do have some capital dollars in our blue ribbon panel plan. Section 11 is about presumptive eligibility. It is an aspiration of OEC's to get there, but when you add people who get presumptive eligibility, it bumps people who are on the wait list to wait even longer, and we believe it would grow the wait list. So I think we need to talk through what that could look like to make sure we don't have unintended consequences. Section 12, we are working on getting to a prospective payment system. Section 16, we support that part, and we know that insurance rates are a challenge for the field. Section 17, we know children thrive when both men and women are engaged in caretaking. So we really would love to be a part of working to expand men in child care. Section 18 requires us to develop a report on background checks and submit that here. We are open to that. We have really worked to change our background check system as the system has expanded. And then also, the rules changed. Now everyone needs to be checked every 5 years, which meant we had to build a completely different system. It wasn't just when people started working. Now it's when they start to work in every 5 years. So we have a system that warns directors when that's coming, et cetera. So we're ready to work together. This is a very exciting year for early childhood, and we know how committed this committee is to supporting families and businesses with high quality early childhood.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just have one question about, because the kindergarten, the KPA is not required to, it just allows districts. And one of the things that I heard when I was speaking with the Kindergarten Preparatory Academy in Middletown was that the funding, the kids who had not come into kindergarten because of the age change weren't, and obviously there wasn't room for them in childcare. They sort of fell into this in between space. And because they started KPA in Middletown, what they found is that it was very successful with their teachers, because they found that the teachers who had been previously trying to teach both the 5-year-olds and the not quite 5-year-olds and the almost 6-year-olds were finding it much easier in the classroom. There was less burnout working within that same age range. But the biggest thing was they had no funding, because it wasn't coming from SDE and it wasn't coming from OEC. And so when we looked at the idea of the Smart Start program to be allowed to be used for KPAs, you did mention that it already can be. So could you speak a little bit about that, please?
Sure. And just recently, the Superintendent's Association surveyed superintendents to see who would like Smart Start dollars. So we have a good sense of the communities that have asked for that. And that program has been capped. Now, we expanded during COVID, and we propose to keep that going in the second year of the 2-year budget with the expansion and further expansion of Smart Start. So as there is funding and time to plan, I mean, I think what we all dealt with the kindergarten age change was there was not time to plan for districts, for parents, et cetera. So Middletown smartly came up with a plan quickly and used their own dollars to do that. But with time to plan and with the governor's early start proposal, the idea is, they could, in an RFP in 2027, say Middletown could say, as part of our early childhood plan, we need 70 Smart Start spaces for this kindergarten academy. And that would come out of their plan, and they would put that in their requests for funding to the OEC in the RFP that would be in 2027. In the middle time, you know, there will be funding for Smart Start in additional districts in 2027, but for Middletown, then there's that gap. And other communities that maybe did this, there is that 1-year gap where unless the Early Start Trust Fund passes, where there will be about 700 Smart Start spaces in the current budget. Without that passed, there is no money for Smart Start in the general fund budget to expand for communities like Middletown that want to do this. But I think we just have to be careful about creating a new structure for this what I see as a temporary problem, but also recognize that we want to give communities planning time. And, you know, this might be the answer in Middletown, but in a more rural community where there aren't enough kids in that band, they might want to do something different. You know, so we really learned in the listening process that local control is important.
Thank you for that. Quick question. You said that a survey was done of superintendents. Do you remember how many superintendents expressed a desire for this?
Well, I'll give an estimate, but I can get you the exact number. My estimate is there are about 20 who said they'd like Smart Start dollars to expand early childhood options in their districts, but I can get you that.
Thank you.
And the other piece is just to put in a plug for, we want to take the cap off of how many classrooms a district can have for Smart Start, because legislatively that was 4. And we don't think there should be a cap, because for some districts, this may be the way to build early childhood, and for other districts, it may not be. So that wasn't in this bill, but since I have you.
Thank you for that. Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. Speaking about SB 6, you were listing some of the asks on the Office of Early Childhood. Sorry. Given the different requests, do you have an estimate on about how much it would cost, or how many additional staff members might be needed to fulfill those?
On the camp, we need some time because we don't know, because they're not registered with us, exactly how many municipal camps. But we could work with UConn to get that. But it would be significant. It would probably double our summer camp staff, which is about 13 people. More than half of them, a third of a year. But it would be a significant increase in staff. But we could, ask us that question and we will have to answer it for you.
Thank you. And then looking at 5003, with the idea of the presumptive eligibility, can you share what the wait list is now and
Yeah.
what it could potentially jump to, a rough estimate?
Yeah, it would depend on what just say the presumptive eligibility was for child care workers. We'd have to figure out how many child care workers have children under 3, which we can make estimates about that. Right now, there are about 840 families on the waiting list. Is it families or children? I'm looking to Kristen. 850-ish families. It was like 842 the last time I saw. But you could easily see a world where if suddenly every child care worker in the state had presumptive eligibility, where that could add another 8,000, that would 8,000 is probably too high, but easily triple that number on the waiting list. But I'll do some math for you and we can get that number for you.
Thank you for that. I think thinking about how many seats we would need and might lead to the staff, and then that can lay out a process. But yeah, thank you for that information, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Comey.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair. The following up on what Rep. Wielander was asking about, I really hear your concerns about continuing to add children to the role, if you want to call it that, and then being unable to serve them because of staffing and facility needs. Can you just elaborate a little bit on what perhaps you're doing within the governor's bill or within your agency directly to resolve that.
Expand spaces or
Expand
access?
spaces and yes.
Sure. Well, the governor's trust fund proposes to add additional early start spaces and add additional smart start spaces. I would say we've been a lot this year because anyone following our budget for years knows that this year we lack a lot of dollars in our early childhood line that could be serving children because we keep the spaces where the spaces are. And for the first time this year, we've gone through an RFA process. We took programs 2 year average enrollments and where they're, and we made some adaptations for programs that have been able to fill this year. So that did change it a bit. But where there's just persistent empty spaces, we move those to places where there were waiting lists, and we've been able to add 900 children to the roll. So simply just saying, you don't have a space, your space isn't guaranteed if it's not filled has made a difference. And then we're going through a process now for another 1,000 spaces with current appropriations. So this has made a significant increase. Also, the governor's added about 1,500 infant toddler spaces, which has increased the number of licensed infant toddler spaces. Between that and the Care for Kids rates going up has also increased the capacity for infant toddlers. As the rates go up, more programs can afford to make it by taking more infants and toddlers and more preschoolers. And the rates after negotiations with the unions have gone up 11% a year for 3 years for Care for Kids. And the rates on the state funded side have also gone up significantly, sort of in tandem. So we do think that makes a difference, and we've been able to increase the number of licensed infant toddler spaces. We've been able to increase the number of state funded spaces significantly. And again, we can send you a summary of that. So some of it's simply funding, but some of it's making sure the funding's being used in a way that gets the most children in seats. The thing I just want to be sure you understand about presumptive eligibility as a way to increase access is when you have presumptive eligibility, it puts that person ahead of everyone else who's been waiting. You know what I mean? It's not just a matter of adding people to the rolls. It's saying, okay, you people have been waiting 3 months. Now we have presumptive eligibility for X population. They get in first, and you people keep waiting. So we believe in presumptive eligibility, but we just want to do it in a way where we're being thoughtful about the wait list. So.
Just have one more. Thank you. And yes, we did get a few more slots for our school readiness
good.
sellers anyways in Brantford. So thank you for that. Regarding SB6 and the camp licensing, do you have a side-by-side sort of comparison as to what it is that the increased sort of, I would say, the issues, the licensing requirements, I guess is what I'm saying, that would have to be met for these programs just for our consumption?
Mm-hmm. Well, because we don't oversee the camps, we don't know, for example, what their ratio is for a camp counselor to the number of children they can have in a municipal camp. Whereas we know what the rules are if programs are licensed. So we don't know if there are places that require fences or if they require permission slips for field trips. It's so hard for us to know. It's sort of the Wild West. It's whatever that municipality is okay with. And we all know municipalities have risk managers. It's not like, there's no oversight. But what you're speaking to is a concern that we hear, that if they're licensed, there will be less access to camps. And so the hard part for us is we don't know what exists right now, in terms of municipal camps, because it's just not under our jurisdiction. So we can certainly provide the committee with a sort of a summary of the requirements for licensed camps, if that's helpful. And then as you're working with your communities, you can say, here's what would be required. What we find is very often they're meeting a lot of them now, but not all of them. And I think the background check thing is particularly worrisome for us, that they're, not required to have the same kind of background checks. But, I just don't know.
Yeah.
That's what we keep saying. We just don't know because they're not regulated.
Well, I remember at one point years ago when we were discussing this in this committee was that there was concerns over whether or not a refrigerator versus a cooler
Mhm.
was accessible at a playground, where kids were at. And
Yeah,
so,
I would have to look that up. I know, having run camps, it might be that you have to make sure the cooler is a certain temperature. But, I don't.
yeah, I
don't,
didn't
but-
mean
but
it
there-
as a specific.
But that's what I mean.
question.
What if we just provide this committee with the the summer camp license regulations? So you can see, we're always stuck in this conversation. Since I've been commissioner, this has come up every single year. So we always say we support it and we understand that there are others who don't, and why.
Thank you very much. Thanks
Mhm.
for coming.
Thank you, Representative. Since I only used one of my questions, I'm going to circle
Sure.
back and speak to my second, and then Representative Dauphiné will be next.
Okay.
When I was running person to person, we funded camps, and we funded about 20, 24 camps. And what I saw again and again and again is that for many families, certainly families living in downtown communities, municipal camps were essentially childcare in the summer months.
Mhm.
And without those camps, without the effort that all the municipalities put into them, there would be parents with nowhere for their children to go. So when we think about childcare and we think about camps as childcare, can you speak to a little bit about how you view this? Because I know we've had this conversation before about licensing, and also about the fact that you don't know, because you've never done licensing, how many there are. But would you be able to speak about childcare in municipal camps?
There's no doubt municipal camps, all camps are providing childcare for parents, just like schools are providing childcare for parents. It's, give it whatever name you want. It's care for children while parents are working. We think it's important and we want to facilitate that. And, but our stance has to be that we believe that they should be regulated. Whether those regulations need, to be looked at more carefully, that's one path on this path to regulation. But it's super important that these camps are available. Super important. And like, we have to get out within a week often just to make sure they can open. But we really do have a team that makes that doable, and that is, sort of on the spot to get out there and help them open. But again, I think it's a complicated issue.
Certainly, we have seen that over the years.
Mhm.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I think you probably heard testimony earlier from our child advocate. We were talking about the background checks, and I know you said that you believe they were very important, and we know that it's going to, for some who haven't been doing it or probably doing it to the full extent of what licensure would require. We talked about some options, one of which would be where they could go through a series of checkouts for themselves, and how that would work. It might be more efficient and certainly less costly for them. Were you able to hear what those opportunities were instead of going through them?
Well, I heard your prior question, so I heard part of it. I think I have concerns about folks policing themselves, especially after the situation in Bethany. I think, I know that was one example, but you always have to worry about self-interest. So I think you need an objective background check system that's not managed by the program that needs a staff member immediately.
Okay, I know the others had said that it would be better than what we're doing now. So the only part it would really leave out would be the national or the federal criminal registry. It would include all the others that are required probably more expeditiously and for much less money. My other question is, you had talked about getting federal dollars. I wondered if, given the climate we have now, if those federal dollars disappear with any of this, how do you see that playing out, and where would you see the money then coming from with regard to many of these, what we have here in these bills?
So the governor's bill is premised on state funding. The governor's trust fund does not require federal funding to achieve its goals. I'm trying to think about, I don't believe House Bill 5003 depends on federal funds. I'm looking at Representative Wiellander because I know you've been involved. It's coming from state surplus or revenue cap, different structures. Care for Kids is most definitely dependent on federal funds with a lot of federal rules. And that is a big part of our system. If that went away, there'd be a lot of parents without childcare, and there'd be huge wait lists of parents waiting to get help with childcare. So you'd probably have people dropping out of the workforce because for many parents, childcare costs more than it's worth it to work. So I think it would have an impact on our workforce. And also, the Care for Kids has some quality standards that are important that programs need to meet. And I would also say there are thousands of small businesses across Connecticut that depend on Care for Kids to make their budgets work. So you'd see business closures, parents without childcare, parents not entering the workforce, because the federal money is good for the most flexible kind of childcare, which are often those people working second, third shift and everyday parents. And I think this legislature went out of their way for camps. Without that funding, thousands of children would also be without summer camp. So that would impact parents' ability to work and child safety. So, the Care for Kids, the CCDF funds are a big part of OEC's work to maximize childcare access for families in Connecticut.
Okay, thank you, Madam Commissioner. Appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Seeing none in the room or online. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, and we're available as needed. Okay, bye-bye.
So next up, we have Ava Bermudez Zimmerman, and then followed by Nick Teeling, and then Jim Haran.
Swear. Thank you, Senator Marr, representatives and members of the committee, ranking members Martin and Dauphiné. I'm here in support of 5003 as well as SB6. I think first and foremost, I want to start with answering a question that was asked earlier today. The question about the intent of payment and understanding that constituents that you might all have don't want to pay for someone else's childcare, and businesses don't want the burden. And I want to start there really quickly and slightly deviate from what I wrote, because when it comes to looking at costs, we are all paying for childcare right now. Literally, we are all paying for childcare. We are paying for childcare with the $1.5 billion that we're losing in the economy because of the childcare crisis. We are paying for childcare right now every time we go to a coffee shop and they have to close early or deviate their hours because their staff don't have childcare. We're paying for childcare every single time someone looks at our state, considers a job, and says, I can't move there. I have small children, and they rank top 10 in most expensive cost of living and childcare. every single time we have these conversations about the economy, conversations about the workforce, it is interconnected to childcare. We can't deviate from that reality. This is why we're in this crisis. This is why during the childcare crisis, the peak of it during COVID, 30% of the workforce, the childcare workforce, disappeared. It disappeared not because we were just in a pandemic and things were hard. It disappeared because we didn't have the right support systems for the workforce. We didn't have enough workers in the workforce. We didn't have enough intention and motivation and career outlooks for the future workforce, all of the above. And then we were in a pandemic and we woke up and we said, wow, we actually need childcare in order to keep things running. And here we are with the Children's Committee being bold and creative and putting out solutions for a multitude of early care bills. And we feel seen, advocates feel seen. I represent Childcare for CT, a coalition of a multitude of childcare organizations, as well as advocates who represent parents, summer camps, after-school programs, advocacy groups that represent families, parent families, immigrant families, undocumented families, all coming together and putting aside their plan of session of prioritizing just one thing that impacts one subset of their organization to say childcare is a focus, childcare is important, and here we are with a coalition trying to focus on that. 5003 is one more opportunity to be bold, to be creative, to figure out ways to solve that gap, to solve that crisis. So when you're looking at reflection of how you're going to better represent your constituents, I hope you consider that the constituency here is not a conversation of just childcare workforce and 5003 and all of the impact that it could do. It's also the constituency of your economy, the people that you live around you, your community. You could be someone who is childless and you still are impacted by this. You can be someone who's a grandparent, or maybe your grandkids are 20, 30 years old. This still matters when it comes to your housing costs, to where you live, to your church community or faith community. So just pointing out some highlights that you've already heard here from Representative Farrar, as well as Representative Chafee. Some awesome things 5003 really does. The opportunity for healthcare, a subsidy program for childcare workers, monumental. An opportunity for childcare workers to actually qualify for Care for Kids, for they themselves to have care. My God, some simple common sense, right? Took us this long to have that conversation, but still awesome. The opportunity to actually look at grants and sustainability and capital improvements that childcare providers are in desperate need of. And then, of course, not to forget here, the family fee, Care for Kids, low income subsidy, really representing the most desperate of families, giving them a leg up and saying, if you're on the ALICE, if you're on the cusp, we're not going to totally forget about you. We're going to give you a chance to qualify. So I'll wrap it there, and I do hope on behalf of Childcare for CT, you do consider the creative solutions that are up against here and the different legislative proposals that really take care of a multitude of ideas. SB 6 being included, there's a lot of data, a lot of studies in SB 6 that are good things. We of course, there are things that we would like to tweak, but we can have those conversations offline with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for being here. I have a quick question, which is under section 2 of 5003, and I don't expect you to know all the sections, but it does state wage increases for early childhood educators, as well as increasing the efforts to recruit and retain the educators. I'm just wondering, as the commissioner just spoke about Care for Kids being federal dollars, and we don't know where those federal dollars are going to be going. Are they going to continue to come? Are they going to be cut? They going to go away? I'm just wondering how you see 5003 in terms of a backstop for Care for Kids.
I would say that the committee has other opportunities to use other proposals as a backstop. 5003 doesn't necessarily look like a proposal that will really protect us from federal changes. I would suggest 1369 that looks at a defined revenue source as a backstop. You know, a creative solution in order to look at transformational change in childcare doesn't mean a one-time infusion of cash. This is why Childcare for CT is in such support for the UPK plan, because it's an infusion of an endowment, a fund. This is why Childcare for CT was such a big proponent of 5002 last year, the creation of the Early Child Care Fund that all of you voted on. It was unanimously voted on. Using the fund and putting money there for long-term growth and making sure that there's an actual defined revenue source to fund that fund is extremely important. If we expect or anticipate the federal government pulling their money for Head Start, pulling their CCBD block grants that pay for care for kids, terrifying and devastating for so many families. There are solutions like 1369 where there's a defined revenue source that would allow for that money allocated in the fund to then work as a backstop for that kind of crisis. It's a wraparound service bill. As for 5003, all the other components are very much necessary. So this is not a conversation of which one proposal should survive. This is a conversation that we need the multitude, and the fight is real.
Thank you. So while eggs are incredibly expensive right now, it's a case of not putting all your eggs in one basket. Okay, thank you. Representative Comey.
Thank you so much. Hello, good to see you. I have two questions. The first one is about the Connecticut's narrow cost analysis that the state has done, and the cost of care compensation model. I would love you to just elaborate a little bit about what that would mean for our providers in our programs. Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Comey. And we have to give you a shout out because you are committed to this cause and you're in it. You are a warrior with us. So we're very excited that we have allies who really understand the childcare system who are elected as well. The narrow cost analysis, for those who are watching and are not quite veterans of the nuance of early care, the federal government has some requirements to make sure that there's the states who are taking subsidy funding know more or less what's going on within their own care community and childcare workforce. So we're very fortunate that here in Connecticut they're compliant, but they also take the time to really research and figure out how much the cost of care is, the market rate, as well as how much the workers get paid. The more recent narrow cost analysis had a section of it, which was the enhanced salary scale, that took in consideration some factors that a lot of basic research usually doesn't, right? When you're thinking about what providers get paid or what a workforce get paid, sometimes you're thinking about just salary, the initial salary. But the narrow cost analysis goes a step further. It takes in consideration how much they get paid by region. So Fairfield County staff does not get paid the same as someone who lives in New London, right? So if you're living in Stamford, the cost of living there is much higher than someone living in New London. I think we can all agree to that reality. It also takes in consideration the cost of healthcare. It takes in consideration if in fact someone's going to purchase healthcare out of pocket, right? A childcare provider. Incurring that cost means that they should get paid more. It takes in consideration as well their family composition. How many kids do they have in their own household? Do they have childcare needs themselves? And that narrow cost analysis is something that Childcare for CT is a proponent of, saying, hey, if we're in a scenario where the workforce is not unionized and doesn't have the ability to really negotiate what is fair and have a say and be seen when it comes to getting paid, then the narrow cost analysis is a good way to really shine a light as to what it means to survive in this workforce, what it means to pay your bills, and make sure that the educational values that you put and the time that you put into pursuing this career are identified and recognized by payment. So I would say that if you're going to use an example, you've got your nose on the button here, that your finger on the button, that narrow cost analysis are a right way and a pathway to looking at how much providers should get paid. As for long-term solutions, I would also add that making sure that whatever proposal you have in place for paying providers more and also adding healthcare benefits is a long-term solution. There's nothing worse than getting people's hopes up and saying you're going to get paid more or you're going to have options to reduce your healthcare costs, and then it's a one-time.
Right, like having a bonus and then going away. And then just briefly, can you talk about the study in section 17 about the role in the workforce issue, the lack thereof, I said, of men in the workforce.
The the workforce is woman dominated. That is a reality. And when we're looking at creating opportunities for children that are high quality and making sure that we're having conversations with them while they're in their earliest years, you want a diversity of faces. You want to make sure that children understand that women and men both can do this profession, that different colors and creeds play a role here, and that they see themselves emulated with the educators that are attending to them. Back to your previous question, Representative Comey, I would also add that the difference between the narrow cost analysis, enhanced salary structure, compared to what providers get paid now, you're looking at about a $10,000 difference of annual salary. So I didn't say that before. I think it should be mentioned, but it is a good read to look at how much providers get paid, how much providers should get paid depending on their educational qualities and certifications versus how much the cost of living looks like.
Thank you, Ava. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative. Just as a quick comment on Equal Pay Day, I want to just point out, excuse me, that if we were paying our childcare providers more, we might see more men in the childcare provider workforce. Anyway, that's just a sidebar. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today and testifying. I just wanted to make a few comments in regard to your comments about those individuals who don't want to pay for other people's childcare, don't believe it's their responsibility, and your reaction to that. Many of these people have said to me not that long ago, when this economy here in Connecticut was booming, we did not have childcare, preschool, kindergarten, summer camps, care for kids, the welfare system and healthcare system that pays many individuals who are the lower income brackets to sustain them. So that's the way they see it. They see that there was a robust economy without all of this. And your argument is in order to get a robust economy, we must provide all of that. And I felt like on behalf of those individuals, I needed to kind of share that with you. That's how they see it. And they feel like they don't want their own hardworking dollars. They feel like they're giving up things that they may have worked hard for and don't get the new car, the vacation, maybe a nicer house because their taxes are so high here. They're struggling to make ends meet here. And I have heard from many, many of them who feel like Connecticut is asking more and more and more from the taxpayers to pay for what they see as a responsibility of individuals that have children, perhaps, or others that need to take that on. And I just felt like I needed to respond there with all due respect to your comments. I appreciate you coming out today and sharing with us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions online or in person, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Nick Teeling, followed by Jim Horan, and then Alex Scivone. And I should note, we're starting our 3-minute timing, Nick. Sorry, you're our guinea pig here.
Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Cohen, Representative Wielander, Senator Martin, Representative Dauphiné, distinguished members of the Committee on Children. My name is Nick Teeling, Advocacy Director with Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children can achieve their full potential. Connecticut Voices for Children has submitted written testimony on the early care components of Senate Bill 6 and House Bill 5003, which outlines our support in more detail. However, for the sake of time, I'll be only speaking on House Bill 5003 and not concerning the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund. In short, we support House Bill 5003 because it is ambitious and long overdue investment in early childhood care and education. There are so many good things in this bill, but I want to focus my testimony on 4 broad points. First, we're thrilled that the committee is continuing the legislature's good work from last year by resourcing the Early Childhood Care and Education Trust for the long term while recognizing the urgency of the needs now. We applaud the committee for including provisions in the bill that would eventually lead to dignified wages for educators and reduce healthcare costs. We appreciate the innovation of including bonding for grant opportunities that would allow for capital improvements, as well as codifying the transition to a prospective payment system so providers are paid in advance. Last but certainly not least, we enthusiastically support the eligibility expansion of Care for Kids to 85% of the state median income because research tells us that affordability is a significant barrier to accessing high-quality childcare for low and middle-income families across our state. Although we'd love to see a larger investment, similar to what's included in the governor's budget proposal, we also understand that there are a myriad of ways to support Connecticut's children and families, and there are lots of uncertainties coming from the federal government. However, in service of continued progress, we know that investments in dependable, high-quality early care and education is good for kids, parents, businesses, and our state economy overall. As such, we'd like to thank the committee for prioritizing early childhood care and education through this important and comprehensive bill and respectfully urge the passage of House Bill 5003. Thank you again for all your work to support our children in Connecticut, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Nick. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. You are good to go.
Thank you very much.
Jim Haran, followed by Alex Schiavone and Jade Thomas.
Good afternoon, Senator Mar, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Dauphiné, and members of the Committee on Children. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 5003, an act concerning the capitalization of the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund. I'm Jim Haran, Executive Director of the Connecticut Program of the Local Initiative Support Corporation, or LISC. We're the nation's largest community development support organization. HB 5003 invests in the future of Connecticut's children, families, and supports economic growth. The bill offers strategies designed to lower the cost of early care, increases access to early childhood programs, and meets the needs of the early care workforce. LISC applauds the thoughtfulness and creativity that went into this bill and believes that a restructuring of the early care system is needed to ensure that parents can work as their children grow and learn. I'll focus my remarks today on sections 8 through 10 of the bill, which would allocate $100 million in bond funds to provide grants for capital expenses related to the construction and renovation of early childhood education and childcare facilities. This funding is essential to both maintaining the existing supply of early care slots and expanding access to families in communities across the state. Connecticut's early care physical infrastructure is at a pivotal juncture. It's estimated that our state needs over 17,000 infant and toddler slots to meet the demands of families. In addition to a capacity shortage, a recent facility survey indicated that 71% of owner-operator respondents need health and safety upgrades to their facility, and 79% indicated they need quality improvements to their facility. Providing quality spaces for children in early education and care settings is critical for physical, social, emotional, and cognitive development. And just as healthy and conducive spaces have a positive impact on learning and development, inadequate spaces can fail to support healthy growth and development and even cause harm. In 2023, the Office of Early Childhood chose LISC Connecticut to operate the ARPA-funded Early Learning and Childcare Facility Grant Program. More than 730 providers submitted applications totaling $75 million. Ultimately, $13 million in funding supported 125 providers to create new or enhance the health and safety of existing infant, toddler, and preschool slots. We estimate the grant funding has increased the number of early care slots by nearly 1,500, with the majority for infants and toddlers. However, with only 1 in 6 applicants selected, many programs continue to contact our office each week to inquire about future funding for facilities expansions, construction, and quality improvements.
If you could please summarize.
I will, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to submit this testimony. In addition, I've submitted more comprehensive written testimony focused on the elements necessary to ensure that the new facility fund has the greatest impact on providers and families, and a fact sheet focused on the current program. We appreciate the work that the committee is doing to support children, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And I'm familiar with LISC's work with, I cannot remember the acronym for the workforce recovery and
Yeah,
training.
the Financial Opportunity Center.
Thank
We're
you.
working with person to person.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
And also in Norwalk, open doors.
Open doors, yes.
Yes, great work. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Representative Comey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Uh, I know that you just mentioned that you were working with OEC to distribute some funding for programs to do some work. Can you tell me how many applications you received, the money, some of the statistics around how
Sure.
many you couldn't take care of, those
Yeah,
types of things?
so we received over 730 applications. We did a lot of outreach around the state. We were overwhelmed and really happy to receive that many applications, but we knew that we could only make 125 grants. So it was only like 1 out of 6 applicants actually received funding. The total application requests were for $75 million, and we only had $13 million in funding to distribute. So we worked with OEC and had a formula for how to decide who we would actually provide grants to. There was a strong focus on equity and on providers of color who often don't have access to funding. A lot of the funding went to funders in 45 different communities around the state, but there was a concentration in places like Hartford, New Haven, Waterbury that had an enormous need, especially for infant and toddler slots.
Thank you. That's my question. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. I will say the number of people who applied and were not able to be assisted, it blew my mind the first time that I heard that. And also some of the restrictions that some of these providers face that I also didn't realize in acquiring different kinds of funding to make these capital upgrades. So one of the concerns that I know I've heard from myself, but I've thought it in my own head, so but from other committee members and people within the Early Childhood Caucus is talking about if we're allocating these funds, how do we make sure that the right providers get them? That it's not going to for-profit, private equity, that it's actually supporting the providers that are doing the work within our communities.
Yeah, so we work closely with OEC to determine what the criteria would be. And while we didn't specifically exclude any types of providers, we prioritized other types of providers. So we set aside, for example, $3 million out of the $13 million for home-based providers because they really have very little access to funding. And as we've heard, overall, early childhood is not there's very thin profit margins or no margins at all to make those kinds of physical improvements. So we wanted to make sure that there was a lot of funding allocated for the home-based providers. And then with regard to the center-based providers, the focus was for this first round on infant and toddler care, and more than 2/3 of the slots that are being created through the program, which is about 1,500 slots in total, are for infants and toddlers. Often it's more expensive to create those spaces, so that was part of the reason for the focus there. And then we also, part of it was through the outreach that we did. So we did a lot, we had applications in Spanish as well as in English. We made sure that the application process was really simple. It required very little upfront information, but enough information that we could determine which applications met our criteria, and then we followed up. So for example, we didn't require any financial information up front because that can be burdensome, especially on providers who might, don't really focus on early child care and education. They don't focus on the business side. So we wanted to make it simple. And then we provided on the back end a lot of technical assistance directly from LISC, as well as from All Our Kin, which is a subcontractor for our contract for the state. And then OEC has a separate contract with the Women's Business Development Council. So we did a lot of work with them to help ensure that the childcare providers could operate as businesses and that the state investment would be there for the long term because the businesses would be successful and they'd be able to serve children and families for a long time.
Thank you for that. I think that's fantastic because we want to make sure that the people who are doing the work currently to provide care in our communities are the ones that are prioritized in this. And you feel confident that the way this is structured, that would help make sure that there is a diverse background in who is supported?
Yeah, so that's a high priority for us, and we work closely with the Representative Farrar in developing the bill. And I will say there's one particular provision that is especially problematic as we go forward. The ARPA funding didn't require liens the way bond funding does. So we would hope that the committee would look at creating a waiver for projects under a certain size, ideally $500,000, because having that lien requirement would really preclude a lot of applicants, especially renters and home-based providers, from being able to access the funding. And we understand why it's there for large bonding projects, and we would keep it for the larger bonding projects that we would do. But for those smaller projects, especially for home-based, we would hope that you could exclude. Another provision to ensure that everybody has equal access is to have a beneficiary designation, which would allow us to make upfront payments based on an obligation to pay. Because if you're getting even a relatively small grant under this program, say $50,000, most providers, especially home-based providers, don't have $50,000 that they can put up to pay. So if we have that beneficiary designation, we can pay, and then on the back end, make sure that they fulfilled all the requirements.
Thank you so much for that information, especially bringing up the lien process and how that is such a barrier.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your time today.
Thanks very much.
Okay, up next, we have Alex Chavone, followed by Jade Thomas and Jim Williams. Alex, you're online.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, Senator Maher, Representative Paris, Ranking Members Martin and DeFanis, and members of the Committee on Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 5003, an act concerning the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund. I'm Alex Chavone. I'm the Executive Director of Friends Center for Children and Chair of Child Care for Connecticut. Being a working family today in our state is almost impossible. Nearly 40% of parents have had to quit or reduce their hours due to the lack of affordable quality childcare. If we don't act now, we leave parents, children, and our economy behind. With 73,000 unfilled jobs in Connecticut, we simply cannot afford to exclude parents from the workforce due to childcare barriers. With over 35 years in early childhood education, I know firsthand that Connecticut's childcare system is broken. Families pay more than a quarter of their household income for care, while dedicated educators earn poverty wages, a median of just $16.51 an hour in Connecticut. This is unsustainable. At Friends Center for Children, we see every day how access to high quality early care and education strengthens families, stabilizes communities, and fuels economic growth. HB 5003 is a step toward a more sustainable early childhood system. By directing up to $100 million in surplus funds into the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund, the bill lays the groundwork for essential investments, childcare subsidies, educator compensation, healthcare supports, and infrastructure improvements. The bill also makes critical updates to Care for Kids, raising the income eligibility threshold and introducing presumptive eligibility so families don't face unnecessary delays in accessing care. And beginning in 2026, new healthcare subsidies will finally offer relief to early care employees who struggle with unaffordable insurance costs. These are very meaningful reforms, but we must go further. Too often, well-intentioned policies are undermined by inadequate funding, leading to wait lists, operational challenges, and frustration among families and providers. We cannot afford to repeat these mistakes. To truly solve the child care crisis, we urge the committee to strengthen HB 5003 by expanding funding for care for kids to ensure that increased eligibility translates into real access, fully fund the early care workforce health subsidies to prevent costs from shifting back onto providers. While HB 5003 is a step in the right direction, Connecticut must take a comprehensive, fully funded approach to childcare if we are serious about solving this crisis. This is not just about expanding access, it's about building a system that is strong, sustainable, and equitable. By investing in early childhood education, we are investing in more high-quality early care opportunities, increased workforce participation, higher family incomes, greater business productivity, a stronger economy. Failing to act costs the Connecticut economy $1.5 billion annually in lost earnings, productivity, and revenue. We cannot afford inaction. Thank you for your time and commitment to this issue, and I welcome any questions you may have. And I apologize if you can hear babies in the background, but I am at work.
Never apologize for babies. Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions online or in person, thank you. You're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jade Thomas.
Senator Marr, Representative Paris, and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Jade Thomas, and I'm a policy specialist at All Our Kin, a national nonprofit that trains and supports over 700 licensed Connecticut home-based childcare providers with the capacity to care for nearly 4,000 of the state's youngest children. I'm offering testimony in support of HB 5003 and that concerning the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund. High-quality early care and education is a critical part of our state's infrastructure, supporting young children while strengthening our communities and the broader economy. All Our Kin commends Connecticut leaders' continued commitment to our state's children and the early educators that support them. The decision to invest in young children is not only sensible and cost-effective, but reflects our values as a community. HB 5003 would allow the long-term funding needed to improve educator wages and benefits, transform and invest in care for kids, and increase access to facilities funds to support quality. Childcare programs operate on razor-thin margins, impacting salaries. Data shows that 44% of Connecticut educators rely on public benefits to make ends meet. In order to consistently care for others, family childcare educators must also care for themselves. Adequate and timely wages and health insurance coverage are an important facet of educator well-being. HB 5003, if passed, would take steps to improve educator wages while expanding access to health insurance coverage by providing subsidies for early childhood employers and employees. The legislation also recommends meaningful expansions to Care for Kids. While the subsidy program currently serves thousands of children, support remains out of reach for eligible families on the wait list and middle-income families who do not qualify but still struggle to afford care. The state can build on its recent program improvements by adjusting the income threshold for new Care for Kids applicants to 85% of state median income and instituting presumptive eligibility to ensure qualified families don't have to wait for support as proposed in HB 5003. Both modifications with proper funding would help to expand access to subsidy for families. In Connecticut, 22% of children receiving childcare assistance are cared for in family childcare homes. With home-based childcare businesses being chronically under-resourced, the cost to remodel or expand is often prohibitive. HB 5003 invests in much-needed facilities funding to aid programs in making physical improvements that support children and increase available childcare spaces. We encourage the legislature, absolutely. We encourage the legislature to explore opportunities to support equitable access to facilities funding, including addressing regulatory barriers impeding family childcare educators' ability to qualify for state bond dollars. We ask that you support HB 5003 to make the investment needed to uplift children, families, and early educators. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, thank you for your time today. Up next, we have Jim Williams, followed by Coralie Santana, Sarah Cahill, and Merrill Gay. Jim was in the room. Okay, we'll jump ahead. Corliss.
Good afternoon, Representative. Good afternoon, Representative Wielander, Representative Paris, Senator Marr, Ranking Members Dauphiné and Martin, and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Coralie Santana. I serve as the Policy and Advocacy Strategist at Project Action Fund, where we are committed to advocating alongside families for access to affordable, high-quality childcare. I'm here to speak in strong support of House Bill 5003. We have submitted detailed testimony, or I should say will submit detailed testimony. I just finished drafting it. My remarks today will highlight the urgent needs of Connecticut families for accessible, high-quality, affordable care. The Connecticut Project recently conducted a statewide survey of thousands of Connecticut families. And the research showed that only 1/3, about 35% of income eligible Connecticut families are receiving childcare subsidies. More than 1 in 4 income eligible parents who did not apply for childcare subsidies said that they were unsure they met the eligibility criteria. And 20% of income eligible parents reported that they did not know about the subsidy program or how to find a participating provider. House Bill 5003 is a critical step forward in addressing families' childcare needs. By directing budget surplus funds to early care, this bill prioritizes investing in Connecticut children and working families before diverting excess funds to reserves. However, we must go further. The $100 million maximum per year is a welcome starting point and a true acknowledgement from this body that this is an important priority. But the sustainability is also important. I think for our perspective, it is unclear if those transfers continue after the end of fiscal year 26. Connecticut, what we've been highlighting is that Connecticut is facing $110 million fiscal cliff with the expiration of the ARPA funding that was used to cover some subsidies supporting childcare for families as well as workforce pipelines. And so without replacing this funding eventually, we risk undoing some of the progress that this body has made over the past 4 years. Families could lose their subsidies. And there needs to be balance and flexibility in this plan to keep that large investment and replace the loss of funding of those ARPA dollars down the line. And so there are provisions that we are a strong support of. I
If
will
you
go
could
into
please
detail,
summarize.
but we support the presumptive eligibility. We support putting Connecticut on a path for increased provider rates and allocating the $100 million for facilities over the years. And all of this is, again, found in my testimony. We thank the committee for hearing this bill and urge that this committee vote it out. Thank you so much. And I'm happy to take any questions, if any.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions online or in the room, you're all set. And we'll look for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Sarah Cahill. Turn it back over. Thank you for being here. And I just want to say I'm sorry about Chappie. We're all very sad.
Oh, you know what? I thought that might happen. So I'm with Mystic Seaport Museum,
Oh.
not the aquarium. That's okay. We'll just get it out there at the beginning.
Okay.
We love the aquarium. We do. We have joint programs with the aquarium. We've got the boats. They're not as cuddly as this, but anyhow, but I know I was sad about that too.
Forgive me.
No, I was actually going to say at the beginning. So, Madam Co-Chairs, Vice Chairs, and members of the committee, thank you for all your work, great work that you're doing on early childhood. My name is Sarah Cahill, Director of Education at Mystic Seaport Museum. I live in Mystic on the Groton side, and I'm going to be speaking today on Senate Bill number 6, just a little different twist. I'm going to be talking about the section on disconnected youth. I appreciate that that was added. Well, maybe I shouldn't assume, but that is included. And of course, the submission of reports and regular hearings on those reports are really important and a huge step just to make sure that we keep visibility on the issue of disconnected youth. But I would encourage the committee to expand the bill, or perhaps it's a different bill, to incorporate some of the critical recommendations of the 119K Commission that I know all familiar with. I picked up a couple of specific recommendations that I think would be really important for disconnected youth. Strengthening career-connected learning and pathways from education to work. Scale transitional employment programs, apprenticeships, and summer employment programs. Build the capacity of nonprofits who serve severely disconnected young people. And support community recreational hubs and summer enrichment activities. So at Mystic Seaport Museum, in our education department, we are in year 3 of a new program called the Maritime Adventure Program. We're working with New London Youth Affairs, serving about 20 disconnected youth, and they come to us almost every day after school and work with us in the summer. So it's an after school and summer employment program. Teaching them, but the thing that is extra special about it is we're teaching them social emotional skills and leadership, but also increasing their career readiness and awareness. And that's exactly what disconnected youth need. So it's a win-win. You keep them engaged and you help the workforce and you help the economy in Connecticut. So the other important piece, of course, is in the budget maintaining the 10 million that was allocated this current year for the summer youth employment program as well. Thank you so much for your time and for all of your hard work.
Thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. Not seeing any questions, I think.
Actually, I
Oh,
have a-
I'm so sorry, Representative Comey.
No, that's fine. I thank you so much, Madam Chair. What section? So we're what section are you testifying?
It's let's see, it looks like line 40 through 76. It's about the
Okay.
it's about the
Section 3.
report. Section 3, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was just, I believe we may have some pieces of this in other bills as well. So, be happy to see if we can follow up with you to send you that information,
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
especially with the development workforce development and things. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for being here. Next we have Merrill Gay, followed by Georgia Goldburn, and then Allison Logan.
Senator Mayor, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, and Representative Daphne, members of the committee. My name is Merrill Gay. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. For more than 20 years, the Alliance has brought together organizations that care for and care about young children to work for policy change. I have submitted testimony on both SB 6 and House Bill 5003, but I'm going to focus my remarks on 5003. We strongly support this bill as a complement to the governor's universal pre-K proposal, not as an alternative. They operate in different ways and both are important. The governor's UPK bill accounts for the early learning needs of 3 and 4-year-olds, but it leaves out the wraparound care and summer care that most parents need for their young children. And it most glaringly does nothing about the crying need for additional infant toddler care. Now, the estimates of how much are needed, how many new slots are needed vary based on a bunch of assumptions. And in my testimony, there is a little calculator that you can use and put in different assumptions and figure out for your town how many slots are needed. But conservatively, we need at least 12,000 more subsidized infant toddler slots. And attached to my testimony is a sort of plan, a sketch of a plan on how to do that over 5 years and what it would cost. It's roughly $431 million a year after 5 years to subsidize that many new slots. That's obviously a lot more than this $100 million proposal. But in the first 2 years of the plan, you could certainly make a good dent in that with this $100 million. Care for Kids is the way in which this proposal, 5003's proposal, delivers new slots. And I would suggest that we look carefully at a way that other states have used Care for Kids, particularly to fill childcare deserts or to fill holes in the system like a lack of infant toddler care. And that is to not use the portable vouchers that we typically use with Care for Kids and instead use contracted slots. That ideally, if you could say to someone, here is financing, we know that there is a need in your community. Here is financing to build a new facility, and when it's done, here is a allocation of subsidized slots so that you can actually pay for the cost of running the program. That's how you can intentionally build capacity in the large childcare deserts in the state. And that would just mean using the Care for Kids fund in a different way, yes, than we have in the past. In short, this bill does some important things to improve affordability for parents improve the workforce, and to address facility needs. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about this.
Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. I think we're all under the same goal of trying to make this more affordable and more sustainable altogether for both the parents and the providers. And we've heard a number of different proposals throughout this legislative session already. Speaking just to 5003 and the governor's bill, would you be able to expand just a little bit on how we can make this more affordable? Like how each bill is approaching that goal?
Yeah. So the governor's proposal talks about expanding the Early Start program, which is the combination of the old school readiness program and the Child Development Center program. Child Development Center program always provided infant toddler slots as well as preschool. That goes back to the 1960s. The school readiness program came in 1997, and it focused on preschool. In the last year or so, OEC has allowed some of those unused school readiness preschool slots to be converted into infant toddler slots, but it's only under 200 slots total. But now the combined Early Start program is that state-funded system where programs get a 5-year contract to provide care, subsidized care to eligible families. Currently they get a flat payment of $10,500 per preschooler, full day, full year, or $13,500 for full day, full year infant toddler care. Both of those amounts are far below what it actually costs to provide care. So most of those programs then have to layer on top of that parent fees, which are on a sliding scale and not there that much, and whenever possible, the Care for Kids subsidy. So the governor's proposal actually talks about, let's switch to paying for the full cost of quality care and free up those Care for Kids dollars to use in other places like infant toddler care, like after school care. And that's a great thing. It also it's a way in which you build a system where you can, programs have the predictability that I've got a 5-year contract. I am now looking for staff who meet staff credentials. I'm going to have enough money to pay them equivalent to a public school teacher. Those are all great steps forward. The big problem is that it doesn't do anything about the infant toddler care, except for saying we're going to make whole the infant toddler teachers who happen to work in those Early Start programs by giving them the same pay raises that the preschool teachers are going to get. What 5003 does is look at using the Care for Kids program to serve the other parts of the system. And it is that infant toddler care piece, which is the clearest hole in our system. We have enough care for 35% of the children in the state. And, you can walk into the cafeteria and look for any young person who is, might have young children and ask them, about the cost of childcare. And they will either tell you, yeah, we're not having kids right now because we can't afford it, or, oh my God, it's so expensive. We have that huge hole in the system, and it's very hard to find care. So because it's supported through a private market, the providers have gone to where there is either subsidy or where there is a market of well-off parents who can afford to pay $20,000 to $25,000 for an infant toddler spot. So our licensed infant toddler capacity is disproportionately in wealthy suburbs, and it's in centers that are more than 150 children that tend to be operated by chains. That's the disproportionate number of slots. So those chains have not served poor communities where parents can't afford to pay for it, and without adequate subsidy, they're not going to. One of the things I like about 5003 is that it has that provision to try and prevent the private equity backed chains from coming in and gobbling up all the subsidy. We know that the care is better when it is provided by folks who are culturally sensitive to the population that they're serving, and we see better care in nonprofit programs that are not trying to generate shareholder profit.
Thank you for that. That was a really great way to break down two massive bills that are trying to do great work. So I appreciate that answer. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Comey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Meryl. Thank you for coming. I was wondering if you would be able to just talk to the presumptive eligibility piece that we were talking about earlier.
Thank you for that question, because when it was answered earlier today, I think it muddied the waters. We have in the Care for Kids system now priority groups. So Care for Kids came out of welfare reform. So families who are leaving the AFDC or leaving the TANF system that replaced it are given priority to get into Care for Kids. They jump the line if there's a wait list. Recently, a couple of years back, we did the same for homeless families, recognizing that children who are couch surfing or living in a car really need the stability of a child care program, and their parents need that to get back on their feet. So we jump them in front of the line. But that's not what we're talking about with presumptive eligibility. What we're talking about with presumptive eligibility is what Maryland has done, which is to look at their system and figure out, if you look at Connecticut's system, 60% of the families who apply do not get a certificate. Only 40% of the families who get. So why do we not have a better screening system to make it so that that 60% doesn't think, oh, maybe I'm going to get a spot, and they wait, and then their name comes up and they discovered they're not eligible. What they did in Maryland was a much better screening system to get to the point where we're pretty sure this person is like 95% likely to get a spot when we finish doing all the paperwork. We're going to give them a 2-month certificate so they can go to work, get the job that they've been offered. Because that's been one of the real dilemmas with Care for Kids. You need to have the job and the child care in order to apply for the subsidy. But in order to get the child care, I need to be able to pay for the child care. And if I don't have the subsidy, how am I supposed to? It's like a chicken and egg situation. What this does is it gives parents the ability to get the subsidy so that they can start the job, and then they're eligible for the program. Another way we could do it would be to do what other states have done and said that seeking a job makes you eligible for Care for Kids as opposed to already having a job. But that's another story. But making this a system that is simpler for parents to understand whether I'm eligible or not. I always remember an interaction with a parent in New Britain who came to me asking, I'm on this wait list. When am I going to get my slot? And I just asked her a little bit about her situation. And it turns out she was working full-time. Her husband was working full-time and a half. And it was clear to me she wasn't eligible. She was over income. But she was like, how is that possible? Half of my salary is going to pay my student debt, and the other half is going to pay for my child care. But that, it was clear to me she was not eligible. She was over income. She should have been able to find that out at the very beginning so that she didn't hold out hope and she could be thinking about what else she could, possibly do. But that's what presumptive eligibility is about, is let's streamline the system so that folks know whether or not they're eligible and they can actually start care while the paperwork is getting processed.
I really appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you so much.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Merle. Appreciate having you here and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Georgia Goldburn. And I actually I said something wrong before, followed by Scott Gall and then Allison Logan.
I have to apologize to this group because I'm very upset. And I had a testimony prepared, and I don't want to cry either. But first and foremost, thank you, Rep. Whelan, Senator Marr, Rep. Comey, and all of the other reps that's escaping my head right now. I am Georgia Goldberg. I'm the director of Hope for New Haven, and we manage the Hope Child Development Center in New Haven. I'm also co-founder of Circle, a group of 38 amazing women and men who serve underprivileged and vulnerable children and families. And I meet with them every other week on a Saturday for 2 hours talking about how we can make the state better, how we can help families, and how we can cover children. During the pandemic in 2020, I went to my staff and I said to them, you can go home and collect unemployment and make way more money than you're making here. And they said, no, thank you. We want to stay here and be available for our children and our families. And I was so proud of them and so ashamed as a provider because I wanted to pay, I've always wanted to pay my staff more, but I just didn't have the resources to do it. And I wanted to help my parents, which thanks to the Early Start grant, we achieved something I'd hoped for a very long time, which was to help parents. And as I'm sitting listening to a statement saying, I don't want to pay for anybody else's childcare, I'm reminded of that moment when my staff and so many other family childcare providers in the Circle Network and across the state put aside their fears for themselves and their family and serve the state of Connecticut to deal with a pandemic and a crisis so that doctors can go to work and care for the elderly, care for the sick, and care for the constituents of this state. That was such a selfless act of all of those people. So to hear a statement like, I don't want to pay for somebody else. Well, for years, childcare providers have been picking up the check of the cost of this state. I always tell my folks to tell their story. And I've heard stories from so many providers about the fact that their cars have been repossessed, their lights have been turned off. For me personally, in 2019, was the hardest year because Care for Kids was not paying us because they were 4 months behind. DCF was not paying us because that's just DCF. And I could not cash my check. I was receiving a check, but I couldn't cash my check. And my credit that I spent years to build to get to 840 collapsed to 660 because I was putting everything on my credit card and paying late fee on my mortgage. I don't have a child. People will say I have 76 children in my facilities and 1,000 in the Circle Network. But I paid extra in fees. When I went to go change my car, I was paying interest rate that I've never seen because of the care that I took care to manage my finances. But when you're in childcare, you're making sacrifices all the time, financial sacrifices. I've heard providers, one provider shared that she was laying on the ground of her facility to prevent UI from cutting off her light. You see, there is a cost. There is always a cost. But what happened is we have relegated that cost, that big paycheck, that big payment to support this state and all the industries that's in the state on the back of poor people, poor women, and more specifically, poor Black and brown women, who are the main people that are in this work. And so for me, sitting here, I have a lovely testimony that I'm gonna submit, but to sit here and to hear someone say I don't want to do this. I don't want to pay the costs. And what about the time when Connecticut was booming and great? Connecticut was booming and great because we passed the bill on to other people, these childcare providers who have stood in the melee and the storm to keep this state going. And we simply are just asking, stop asking us to pay the cost to care for Connecticut's children. We're tired. The reason why there is a workforce pipeline issue is because people are tired and they just want to make a living wage. That's all we're asking for people to do. I went to the emergency room a couple weeks ago and I have a $5,000 bill because I don't have insurance. And if I go through Connecticut Health, I don't make enough to qualify to pay for my health insurance, or I don't make too little to get the big subsidies. So I have to pay out of pocket. And so to sit here and to hear after these incredible women's story and men, there are men in the early care realm of their personal sacrifice, of them picking up the cost every single day on behalf of Connecticut's children and families. It is deeply wounding. And I've heard the other side, but maybe I'm just exhausted today, just like everybody else. But it is deeply wounding to see the sacrifice that we make every day. And folks to say, for the state to step in the place of what these childcare providers have been doing for years, it's too much. It's too expensive. And we don't want to pay any more taxes. I don't want to pay any more taxes. But again, I don't want to sit in another conversation next year talking about how much it cost. Because for us, the providers on the ground, it has cost us almost everything. And we don't even have the time to come up here and just give voice to that. So I apologize for being emotional. That wasn't my plan, but it was deeply hurtful given the daily sacrifice that I see with these incredible childcare providers standing in the gap for these kids and these families, and the fear that they have that they're going to lose everything, and all the ways that we have to scramble as advocates to support them. And now we're coming to the state to say, do your job. Do your job. Pick up the cost. For me, the debate is over. The debate is over. We know the benefits to the state to doing it. We know the cost to the state for doing this. And I think it's high time that we stop having these conversations about, can the state afford it? We just lost several childcare centers because people don't have the resource to continue to do this. And I don't want to come back here next year to have this conversation about cost, because there's always a cost. But the question is, who will continue to pay the cost? The most vulnerable providers in the state, or where it rightfully belongs, which is in the budget of Connecticut. And we will know about a person's value based on their budget. And if Connecticut does not pass 5,003, we will hear once again that we don't value children. We don't value the providers that stand in the gap. We don't value the people that step up every single year to support the state in a meaningful way. And that's all I have to say. And I'll just ask for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goldburn. Sorry, Goldburn. I apologize. Thank you for putting such a human face on what childcare providers are going through and making the case for them. Hopefully everyone has heard you. I also recognize that it was a terrible time during COVID, and I want to extend my appreciation for all you did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Wheatlander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Georgia, for not only showing the humanity behind it, but also the vulnerability that a lot of people are, like you said, women of color, the majority, find themselves in trying to do the work, stay in the work, and then how that leaves them also vulnerable in their whole life. And it's an important thing to remember, that when someone isn't able to access health care, that means that their life is less healthy. They can't care for themselves the way they would normally want to. When you can't earn enough to put some money away for retirement, or have a retirement account that you can pay into like other professions have, that leaves you more vulnerable in later in life. And it's really, I could not agree more that it's time. And the circle of care, without what you do, other families can't go to work. Specifically thinking about COVID, your care of those children allowed for doctors and nurses and hospital staff to do what they needed to do to care for our other loved ones. So thank you so much for being here today and speaking from your heart.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I just need to ask, did you submit your lovely testimony online?
No, I did not. I'm
Well,
going to,
okay.
but I am going to put in all of the wonderful bullets and stuff about the Care for Kids program. And if you would just indulge me to say, in connection to in connection to my statement, the provision to pay prospectively Care for Kids to providers is really very critical, because providers that are very vulnerable are waiting 40 to 45 days to be paid after a parent comes in. And if they are a center that's filled with 90%, 80 to 90% of Care for Kids family, that's a very long time to wait to get your paycheck. 45 days is not reasonable to ask someone to work and then wait to be paid. And so I think the provision to pay prospectively is something that's important. It is something that they do in Early Start. We are a part of, Circle is an intermediary for the state of Connecticut in helping family child care providers to get the Early Start grant. And we have seen just the incredible stabilization that it has produced in the system, because OEC is paying prospectively with the Early Start. So I think I want to point out that this is enshrined in the federal law that you pay prospectively. So Connecticut is basically just delaying when this provision occurs. So I would just urge the committee to ensure that this is something that we do not have to wait a year or two for providers, because that is the worry in our Circle network, is that if there's any type of crisis around payroll or disruption in Care for Kids because they're waiting to be paid, that they have to put these charges on high interest credit cards to be able to pay for those things. So I will just thank you for indulging me just to say that.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Scott Gall, followed by Allison Logan, and then Tashiana O'Connor.
Thank you. Thank you to the chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, other honorable members of the Committee on Children. I'll apologize in advance. This will be less moving than the prior testimony, but I'll try and be brief. So my name is Scott Gall. I'm the Chief Data Officer for State of Connecticut at the Office of Policy and Management. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 6, an act concerning resources and supports for infants, toddlers, and disconnected youth, particularly on Section 3 of the bill, which changes some of the reporting requirements on disconnected youth for the P20WIN system. So P20WIN is a preschool to workforce information network. It's in state statute. It is a way in which executive branch agencies can link together data at the individual level across agencies, so that you can use that data to then develop insights about how programs are working, whether they're benefiting the population as intended. So at OPM, we administer the P20WIN system. So we manage the relationship with the agencies, the legal agreements that underlie it, the flow and the movement of data, and the use of data through the system. One of the things that we're very proud about is having produced for the last 2 years a report on disconnected youth for the state. It's gotten a lot of attention, and I think that's good. Agencies want to see their data used. They want to see their data used to inform decision-making, inform policy, and so that's been a very positive development. We just delivered the most recent version of it to the chairs of this committee fairly recently. But that's a positive effort that we've been happy to support. But I come here with a couple of things that I want to flag as concerns with the changes that are in Section 3, because they sort of increase the reporting burden for agencies and for the system as a whole for that report, and they make it a more complex report, which just increases the overall risk of the effort for managing the data and for individual privacy. And so we're, again, happy to have been able to support this report for the past couple of years. The changes in Section 3, they require sort of ongoing reporting. We're reliant on federal funds for most of the work for P21, which is time-bound or limited in their scope. So we kind of can't go outside of the lines of what's permitted there. The ongoing reporting requirement, well, it's lightened a little bit in some of the changes. The plan that's specified in Section 3B, I believe, 3B, makes the whole request a little more complex. We know that it's just a plan, but I think it's worth it to come here with some of the potential considerations for that before 2027, which is the due date there. So that makes it a more complex effort. It's adding agencies, it's adding a lot of data to it. There's real questions as to whether that's sort of the right way to strike the balance between using residents' data safely, ethically, and securely, and developing insights from that. And so we're going to flag those concerns that this report is going to be more complex, more of a lift and a burden with some of the things that are spoken to in the plan as it's covered. That, I believe, is all I wanted to say. Thanks for your
Okay,
time.
Scott, thank you so much for that. And thank you for all the work you've done at P21. I think that the report on disconnected youth has really opened a lot of eyes. And I did start reading the newest report. I appreciate, and thank you for reminding me to send it to everyone else on the committee by stating that. Anyway, thank you. Seeing no questions, we appreciate you coming today.
Thank you.
Allison Logan, followed by Tashiana O'Connor, and then Rachel Khanna.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairs, Co-Chairs, and the distinguished members of the Children's Committee. I am Allison Logan, the co-founder of the CT359 Network, which is a network of individuals and organizations focused on the health, the well-being, and the early success of Connecticut's younger children within the context of their families and communities. I am here today in support of Senate Bill 6 and House Bill 5003, but I'm only going to be speaking on Senate Bill 6 today. Senate Bill 6 is a hugely important bill that brings necessary General Assembly attention to the critical years from pregnancy through age 3. We thank you very much. Our submitted testimony outlines several recommendations, section by section, but I will only highlight a few of these here. In Section 3, we recommend that the bill requires development of a first ever biennial report on the health and development of infants and toddlers to be published alongside with the current report on disconnected youth. In Section 8, in review of the Early Childhood Cabinet's membership, we find there is no representation from the maternal and infant health sector, and in our written testimony, we have identified several organizations we believed could be added from this sector. We also recommend that the Cabinet include the Connecticut Chief Information Officer as a member to help find solutions to well-known and persistent problems in connecting data and information across sectors. In Section 10, CT359 commends the Senate's attention to the real problem of children at risk or experiencing mild delays who are not delayed enough for admission to the state's effective Birth to 3 program. This problem requires both attention to data on their specific needs and a way to assist them in real time to secure other community resources for early intervention and support before their challenges become more significant. CT359 has recommended the addition of one new position at the OEC within the Birth to 3 system to address these needs. We also request that the results of quarterly reviews of these children by OEC be reported and accessible publicly. Of note, Connecticut IDA Part C already requires a timely follow-up for ages 3 to 5 who do not qualify for services. And this would provide the same protection for younger children within IDA Part B. These recommendations are supported by a new series of policy advisories created by the CT359 network and posted online. We are glad to get you copies of these reports. Thank you so much for your time and attention this afternoon and for the leadership of the Senate to call out and address issues in the critical first years of children's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Representative Comey?
Thank you. Thanks, Allison, for coming out and testifying today. You guys are doing great work. The section 10, which deals with the birth to 3 program, the commissioner spoke of some concerns with that. Did you have any input as to you know, how it's currently being run as far as the guidelines and also, you know, what happens with that?
Yeah,
Can you just
I
expand
feel
on that?
the Birth to 3 program, the commissioner mentioned that the eligibility is an issue, and that's not concerned in this bill. But I think there was another bill that was talking about the eligibility for birth to 3. So I would love to continue talking to you about that because it's so restricted that children are falling through the cracks all the time. And the issue with this is that there are between 2,800 to 3,000 children who are referred to birth to 3 who do not qualify for birth to 3, and they get a letter stating they do not qualify and say, go, sign up for Sparkler, and they get, information about Help Me Grow, but there is no follow-up. And these children are almost right on the cusp usually of birth to 3. They don't know that they can actually submit themselves for birth to 3 and refer themselves to birth to 3. So having somebody at the OEC under the Child Find network for birth to 3 would actually be able to reach out and do a personal reach out to these families who do not qualify to get them into other home visiting services, to make sure they're being followed up by their pediatrician, to make sure that they're in other services. And there's a whole cohort of children who are missing in this area. So our recommendation is that there's a person that actually does that. And it would just follow the IDA Part B it would just follow that, and it would just ensure that the youngest children actually get a really personal reach out in this. But I do agree that birth to 3 needs to be looked at a much larger scale and the eligibility looked at as well.
Thank you. And we've talked, we've worked, Sarah and I, Representative Kit and I have worked with you on the SACID number.
Yep.
Can you just talk a little bit about that? You do refer to that in your testimony.
Yes, I
so
do. I do refer to that in my written testimony. So what we are looking at is everybody who actually qualifies for birth to 3 services gets a SACID number, which actually links to their number when they go into preschool and links in K through 12 education. We are recommending that children who are referred but do not qualify also receive a SACID number. That way you can actually look at the services that that child receives, and if they're actually behind in preschool and behind in kindergarten, and you'd be able to actually track those children. It would really enhance what the OEC is doing anyways, because the OEC is giving SACID numbers to everybody who has an OEC service at this point. But this would really be able to look at the missing children issue that we have in the state and being able to track those children as well.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Just to build on that SACID number idea, and our previous speaker, Scott from OPM, on the data collection, disaggregated information would then give us more information on a longitudinal study.
That's exactly right. So all of this would be disaggregated information. So you would be able to see cohorts of children who actually don't receive services if they end up being behind in preschool, if they end up being behind in kindergarten. So this kind of data would really help to really look at the services and supports that really get children ready for pre-K and for kindergarten.
Thank you. Representative Wielander.
I feel like my committees are just exploding and combining together right now. So, because this is a conversation that we've been having in the Select Committee for Special Education, is the children that either qualify for birth to 3 or don't qualify. Even if they do qualify, sometimes because they've gotten the supports they needed, they have reached the score that no longer has supports. And so then they drop off. And so we do have these groups of kids who would benefit so greatly by just a little bit of help. And their families would benefit greatly, but they don't get it. And then they go into kindergarten, and then they're identified as
That's
special
exactly right.
education needs. And then the costs for our districts go up, and it's like this cycle. So thank you for bringing that up. And just, can you, and this is sort of an off the cuff question, would you be able to talk just, if you're able to, about how OEC and SDE could potentially communicate back and forth with the SACIT numbers, but also just this kind of evaluation?
Well, I think, I've been a huge proponent for SACITs at birth for a long time. So I think some of you know that. So, being able to track data between the OEC, either home visiting efforts or early care and education or any kind of OEC efforts, and then what happens in the K-12 school district is hugely important. Norwalk has done a study between their children ages 0 to 3, being able to track them because they provided their own number for them. So they created their own system to be able to track and see the kids who are behind at 3 and where they are at kindergarten and where they are at 3rd grade and what supports have helped that. That would be so hugely helpful when you're looking at longitudinally. And right now, we don't know what services and supports really help to get kids on track at the ages of 5, right? Or at the, at 3rd grade. So, having OEC and SDE really work together to really streamline that data information and being able to do longitudinal tracking like that is hugely important and beneficial. So I know SACITs at birth kind of got some pushback, this session. However, I think, one step at a time, if we could actually get those 3,000 kids who every year don't qualify, for birth to 3 services, a SACIT number, that's a step forward to be able to really, especially the kids who are in need. And those are our neediest kids in the state.
Thank you so much for that information. Thank you for your time and testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up, Tashiana O'Connor, and followed by Rachel Khanna, and then Francesca Velasquez.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Tashiana O'Connor with TikTok Around the Clock 24-hour daycare. I'm here today to testify about 2 things. 1, the LIST program, the LIST grant. And 2, the increase of fund for family child care provider. As a provider, LIST, first of all, let me go to that and give me the opportunity to expand my room and add 4 more rooms and add the first ever breastfeeding room where parents could have the option to get break from work and breastfeed their children. As you guys know, that doctors are trying to improve, encourage mom to have to breastfeed their children more since breastfeeding is healthy. So I see the need for that. And with the grant that LIST give me the opportunity to give mom that safe space in my home where they could have the comfort while listening to some jazz music. As for Care for Kids and shortage of staff and not being able to give or pay our staff enough because of the fund that's not available. As a provider, I do not charge my family the fee because I see the lock and the need that they want is not able to pay for their rent. They're not able to pay for their mortgage. They're not able to pay for the car. They're not able to pay for the doctor fee. And they're not eligible for a lot of stuff. Even the local Medicaid, the Husky, the food stamp, and they go to food pantry. And because of that, they send their children back home, which I've testified over and over again. And I have parents, and to stop that, to keep family together, I decided not to charge. But me not charging them, some of my family do have a conscience. They're like, I can't afford for you to be working, and I know you have a family of your own. So we're gonna send our children back home. right? So with you guys not approving more funds for Care for Kids and grants like Lyft, I will send you my before and after picture for Lyft, that it tear family apart, right? And as far as the grant, I'm going back and forth with two things. As far as the grant, right? I had a leak in my house, which my insurance would not have covered. That leakage, I would love to submit the before and after photo to you guys. That leakage led to when mold in my house, which it wasn't healthy for my family or the Care for Kids children, the family I serve. So this gave me the opportunity to tear everything down and rebuild it. And rebuild everything new from scratch. So now the family I serve will have a healthy home, safe. And I ask you guys to pass Bill 503 to help a provider like me with insurance, home provider insurance, and not cover it and drop because they find out that we have a daycare at home. And that's the thing. A lot of us are losing daycare, are losing our insurance because we have daycare. I'm saying that please pass the bill so we could have a better chance of providing care for the family, for our community.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your visionary understanding about the need for nursing mothers and having a safe place. And I'm so glad you applied for that LISC grant. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you. Next, we have Rachel Khanna, followed by Jessica Velasquez, and then Debbie Plurde. So I apologize for not getting your name right. Rachel, it's good to see you.
See you. Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Cohen, Representative Wieslander, Senator Martin, and Representative Dauphiné, and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. It's nice to see you all again. I'm Rachel Khanna. I'm the former state representative for the 149th District, and I'm here today to testify in favor of House Bill 5003, an act concerning the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund. Last year, I worked on the passage of House Bill 5002, creating the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund, and I'm here today to urge its funding so that it can start to be used to fund early care and education programs and initiatives. A few weeks ago, I testified in favor of the governor's proposal for a universal preschool endowment fund. And as was mentioned earlier with reference to that bill in House Bill 5003, it's not an either or, but a both and. There's an urgent need for care for preschool-aged kids, as well as infant toddler care. We must address the need for early childhood care and education for our youngest residents because it's not only affecting our children and families, but also hampering our state's economic growth. According to studies of the Perry Preschool Program, investing in early childhood education programs has been shown to yield a 7 to 13% return on investment. And according to further research, and perhaps most importantly, children who have access to early learning and preschool programs go on to earn 22% more income, and the benefits are multi-generational. This is what I'm talking about when I mentioned the economic value of funding programs like this one. We have to stop thinking about childcare as an expense and think of it instead as an investment in Connecticut's economy. Thank you all for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Representative Kitt.
Good afternoon, former Representative Khanna. I just wanted to say thank you for your hard work on this last session and this session as well. We miss you up here, and I'm glad to see that you're continuing the fight for Connecticut's children. Thank you.
Thank you.
And seeing no other questions online or in the room, thank you very much. It was good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you all.
Next up, we will have Francesca Velasquez, followed by Debbie Plurde, and I'm so sorry about not saying your name right, and then Tonisha Signore.
Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Coney, Representative Wieslander, Senator Martin, Representative Dauphiné, and members of the Children's Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5003. My name is Francesca Velasquez, and I am a owner of Play to Learn Childcare and a proud member of Circle and Childcare for Connecticut. Connecticut's childcare system is at its breaking point. Families are struggling to find affordable, high quality, and providers like myself are struggling to maintain and expand our centers due to insufficient funding. HB 3 is a step in the right direction, but we must acknowledge that 1 million is simply not enough to address the urgent needs of early childhood education. I know firsthand how lack of funding impacts providers because I was one of the applicants for the LIST grant, and a grant that I poured my heart into, spending days carefully answering every question, attending every informational session, and ensuring that my application was as strong as possible. Despite my dedication, I was not selected, not because my application wasn't good, but simply because there was not enough funds to support every deserving provider. The center I applied for funding for was meant to be a pay it forward center, a space where I plan to serve families without charging Care for Kids parent fees in the beginning because I saw the overwhelming need in the community. I wanted to create a safe, nurturing, and accessible space for children, but lack of funding shut the dream down before it even started. HB 5003 is an important step, but if we truly want to expand access, important infrastructure, and support early educators, we need more funding. We need funding that's not only access, but is actively used to support childcare expansion. We need funding to cover providers' healthcare subsidies so that our teachers who shape young minds do not have to work 2 jobs just to afford their own basic needs. We need funding to expand Care for Kids so that more families can actually afford childcare without sacrificing rent, food, or utilities. Providing quality spaces for early childhood education is not just about building and renovations. It is about giving children the foundation they need to thrive. It's about ensuring families have access to care so they can work and contribute to our economy. And it's very valuable in professionals who dedicate their lives to shaping the next generation. So I just urge you guys to please look into it and please invest because we need it. We're in need. We're asking, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so you are good to go. Thank you. And then Debbie, and please, you have to help me on your, wait, is it Tanisha next? Nope. Yes, Debbie. Can you please help me with your last name? I'm really stumbling on this one.
Yes, that's fine. And you did get it right. Debbie Plourd.
Thank you.
And thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Meyer, Senator Welander, Representative Comey, Representative Paris, Ranking Members Martin and DeFanis, and sorry if I mutilated that name, and members of the Committee on Children. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 5003, an act concerning the early childhood care and education. My name is Debbie Plourd. I'm not a big fan of speaking in public, but I've been inspired by all the parents and providers sharing their stories this month. And I'm afraid that I may cry as well because this issue is really important to me. And I'm very passionate about early childhood education. I'm thankful to have senators and representatives who are listening to us and who care about early childhood education, and it encourages me to share my perspective. As a Senate director in a childcare desert, I felt I had to speak up. I've been an educator for over 35 years. I always wanted to be a classroom teacher. That was my dream. But I could not make ends meet being a teacher because I had to pay my student loans for both myself and my son, a single parent. So I took the administrative route because it never seemed like there was any hope to change teacher salaries and benefits. When I started at Mansfield Discovery Depot, a nonprofit, 6 years ago, the center was on the brink of closure. The average hourly rate for staff that worked over 10 years at MDD made approximately $14 an hour. I have made it my mission to support my experienced and dedicated staff with as many resources as possible. Now their pay is at least $20, if not more, but that's not nearly enough. At this time, it is the most the center could bear without forcing it to shut its doors to the community. Our parents in Mansfield are stretched. These are working class families that cannot pay anymore. Our weekly rate for infant toddler is $385, preschool $310 a week. And sadly, that number is not even enough to make the magic of operating a quality space thrive. 90% of our budget is teacher salaries. As a director, I'm always searching for dollars and
Can you
state
please
grants.
summarize?
Okay. So, although I do have to add this point because we recently received the facilities construction renovation grant by LIST or through LIST, and the WBDC also helped support us in applying for that. We received $350,000, and we were so proud to have received the grant considering all the applicants. But because of the time constraints, we were only able to spend $150,000 of it. And that was just the architect for the grant. Okay, so it's a crazy price tag for parents struggling, and somehow the balancing act happens month after month, year after year. With all the legislative proposals on the table, including HB 53, I implore you to ensure that there's a way to find them, not just for a year or a pilot, but for real, long-lasting change. I pray that before I retire, that teachers will be able to make a worthy wage and parents can afford quality childcare. Thank you for all your support in making childcare a priority in this legislative session. Connecticut families and childcare employees are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate the fact that you put yourself out there, even if it was uncomfortable. And we appreciated hearing from you. And seeing no questions, I think you're good to go.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tonisha Signore, then Hannah Lemick, and then Bevan Parker Sirkez.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good. Okay, good. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Committee on Children. My name is Tanisha Signore. I'm the Policy Director for She Leads Justice, a statewide nonprofit that uses a justice and equity lens to advocate for under-resourced and marginalized women and girls in Connecticut. I'm testifying today to express our steadfast support for HB 5003 with the caveat that more funding is needed for effectual change to actually take place. We believe it is time for Connecticut to take steps to ensure that all of our children have access to quality and affordable childcare and that providers receive the support, resources, and compensations that they deserve. The COVID pandemic highlighted many different and disparate issues within our communities. One key observation that came to light is something that many of us always knew. Our local, state, and federal economies depend on women. This is especially true in the childcare industry, where 92% of privately owned childcare centers are owned by women. During the pandemic, women left the workforce due to childcare needs at 4 times the rate of men, and many of them, as well as other workers, have still not returned. Between low-wage jobs and high costs of childcare, many families have decided against returning to work. This reality is bad for our state's economy and paints an unattractive picture of how our state fails to prioritize working families. Connecticut is overdue to prioritize women, workers, families, and children. Making significant and effective investments in childcare is one way to begin that journey. While we appreciate the initial steps that HB 5003 takes to address some areas of the childcare crisis in our state, we urge additional funding to expand care for kids and fully implement the early care workforce healthcare subsidies. Too often we see that well-intentioned mandates are ultimately or underfunded and create issues on top of the issues that we already have. I have additional testimony, written testimony that I'm submitting to you guys with numbers and stuff like that. But I'd also like to testify as a new mom. I have a 10-month-old daughter that's crawling around here somewhere, and I do not have her in childcare. I am fortunate because we struggle, but we're making it work day by day with our schedules, my family and I. And I also have a very understanding boss, but I think that my situation
If you could
is,
please summarize.
of course, thank you. I think that my situation is the exception, not the rule. And I have many friends of my age that have multiple children who have chosen to take their kids out of childcare because the amount that they have to pay for them to be in childcare is equivalent to their paycheck. So there's no sense in them going to work and sending their kids to childcare. So I think this is a real issue. I think it's multifaceted, and there's a lot of real things that need to be considered. But I think that it's time for us to make this kind of investment, which I will echo the sounds of a lot of people in saying that it will benefit the entire state. It's not only going to benefit the families who will be able to send their children to childcare in an affordable way. It's going to benefit all of us. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony. Seeing no questions, we appreciate you being here. Next up, we have Hannah Lemick, followed by Bevan Parker Serkez, and then Ann Manuski. Hi, Hannah. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Marr and Paris, ranking members Martin and Daphnes, and esteemed members of the Committee on Children. My name is Hannah Lemick, and I'm here today representing the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, which proudly represents 99% of towns and cities across our great state. I'm here today to voice our strong opposition to Section 6 and 7 of SB 6. We believe the language will severely undermine the very essence of accessible and affordable childcare in our communities. First, we want to emphasize the importance of quality childcare. The proposed changes outlined in these sections will impose burdensome mandates on our Parks and Recreations departments, effectively raising costs for municipal camps and creating barriers for families who rely on these essential services. Last week, this committee rightfully prioritized childcare and discussed ways to increase access while decreasing costs. However, these sections will do precisely the opposite and will, in effect, price many families out of accessible and affordable childcare. Municipal programs offer safe, quality childcare that is critical for working families. Municipalities already have layers of oversight and protocols in place to ensure the safety and care of our children. These excessive oversights will negatively impact operations and will create services, causing municipalities to potentially scale back or eliminate programs altogether. These sections place unfunded mandates on our towns and cities, especially for distressed municipalities already facing financial and budgetary challenges. By adding facility requirements and cumbersome collection and reporting requirements, you are diverting resources that could be better spent on enhancing these vital services. While private camps may be able to absorb these costs, municipal programs serve the very families who are often struggling to make ends meet and cannot absorb the price increase. A difference in just $200 a week in program costs could force parents to make the untenable choice between going to work and caring for their children. I have said it before, and I will reiterate, the safety and care of our children remains our top priority. We have an obligation to ensure that every child has access to safe, nurturing, and quality childcare. The changes proposed in this bill threaten to erode that access. In conclusion, we urge the committee to reconsider Section 6 and 7 of SB 6. Let's work together to create solutions that truly enhance access to childcare rather than imposing barriers that will ultimately hurt our communities. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Hannah. Good to see you again.
You too.
Question. You said that there would be burdensome mandates and excessive oversights. And I'm just kind of curious if we could unpack those two statements specifically, because we did hear last week when we heard testimony from several municipal, two that I can think of straight off the top of my head, who spoke to the fact that they were actually doing many of the things that would already be requested once they were licensed by OEC. So if you could speak to those two statements, that would be great.
Yeah, so we, when we talk about the cumbersome reporting and facility requirements, we're talking about like toilets to sink ratios. We're talking about if there is a scheduled field trip to a mini golf facility and it rains and they have to postpone it to 2 days later, they have to report that to OEC, and all of the proper paperwork when it comes to, you know, the permission slip, the location, the time, the date, things like that has to come back to the Parks and Rec Department, to OEC. So you have to hire an APRN to be on site when we have all of these layers of previously, we are already doing these things. We have police, we have fire, we are doing background checks. So these are just additional things that are causing increased costs that we have to pass down through Parks and Rec services. And there are different Parks and Rec services testifying after me. And so they will have very specific examples for that. So I am here more of on behalf of all of them.
Okay, thank you. Representative Wielander.
This may end up being answered by
That's
for
okay.
future testifiers, but considering the fact that we did have another bill in the committee that was looking at the licensure process and sort of background checks and all the safety things for these types of camps, I believe that bill has new language that will be coming out soon that has sort of smoothed things out between stakeholders.
Okay.
Is that something that, do you think that we would be amenable to incorporating that type of language?
Yeah, we haven't, so I can't fully support something that we haven't seen, but, you know, we have said we do background checks. We would like to see, you know, maybe in statute that we can go to third-party vendors so that we're cutting down on costs as much as we can. So things like that. But as you said, I'm sure some of the Parks and Recs department can answer more specifically.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
So do we.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today to testify. It was interesting because right after the hearing the other day with regard to this camp bill, I was at a basketball game watching my grandson, and I happened to be sitting right near our recreation director, and he said, "Oh, am I glad to see you?" And he went on sharing some of your concerns as well. And my question to you, though, is you know, I know some of them, including him, said that we may not be able to continue if these mandates, regulations, and increased costs are thrown at us. Can you tell us how many children and families you serve and how many might be affected if you were no longer to be able to run your benefits to the families, if you will?
So I can get you specific numbers. I know that our Parks and Recs department have numbers. I can put all of them together and get you specific numbers, but I do not have specifics.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. I know we're talking about daycare and childcare and the struggles that families have with that. And we know that the summer camps and the recreations really curb that in a big way. So we don't want to have you know, unintended consequences that make you go away. But thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Bevan Parker Serquez. Apologize if I'm messing up your name. Ann Manuski, and then Shannon Bullard.
You're very close. It's Cherkez, but appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Cohen, Representative Wieslander, Senator Martin, Representative Dauphiné, and members of the Committee on Children. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 5003. I'm Bevan Parker Churkes, the Program Director of the National Child Care and Early Learning Team at the Local Initiative Support Corporation, or LISC. Since our founding in 1979, LISC has invested over $32 billion in communities across the country. We have 37 local offices with coverage in Connecticut since 1984, and I have the pleasure of working across this portfolio, where for more than 2 decades, we've worked explicitly to build the supply of quality childcare and early learning infrastructure in the form of facilities development and organizational capacity building through technical assistance, grant making, and loan financing. Connecticut, like many other states across the country, is facing a childcare crisis, needing several thousands of slots to just serve infant and toddler care and meet the demands of families across the state. We applaud this body for taking meaningful steps to tackle this predicament head-on by directing capital to not only improve care access and affordability, but also often overlooked component of excellent childcare, the condition, quality, and availability of facilities. HB 5003 includes the allocation of $100 million in bond financing to provide grants for capital expenses related to the construction and renovation of childcare facilities. The funding is critical to both maintaining the existing supply of early childcare slots and for expanding access to families and communities across the state. Across the nation, only a handful of states have established dedicated early childhood funds that resource the facility needs of childcare operators, children, families, and local communities. Adoption of this bill would firmly establish your state as a national leader. Our LISC Connecticut office testified earlier about their work administering your state's ARPA-funded supported fund. In recognition of our work in Connecticut and across states like Rhode Island and Arizona, where we've collectively deployed over $100 million in public and private grants, loans, and technical assistance, we have developed a programmatic approach that effectively and successfully administers funding to expand access to excellent childcare. Based on our collective experience, we know it's imperative to make the following considerations when designing and implementing programs that like those contemplated in HB 5003. Consider the variety in projects and access for all providers. Ensure that program models are and those that serve distinct local needs, understand the local landscape, provider types, and ensure funding opportunities make sense for everyone. Ensure there's flexible funding available for all project stages. Ensure critical technical assistance supports the funding and early stage facility development and financial work to support childcare providers in the long term, and think about the leveraging of public and private investment. I urge the committee to vote yes on HB 5003 to invest in critical infrastructure for early childhood facilities in order to expand access to quality spaces for Connecticut's children. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Seeing none, Bevan, you are good to go. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Thank you for the work you've done.
Thanks.
Ann Manuski, followed by Shannon Bullard, and then Elizabeth Gamba Corda. We'll go to Shannon Bullard next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Chairs, co-chairs, distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Shannon Bullard, and I am a parent as well as a provider of a program that's been running in Ansonia for over 100 years. As a working parent in Connecticut and a seasoned provider, I can attest to the immense importance of affordable and accessible childcare. For many families, the ability to go to work and pursue career goals is directly tied to the availability of reliable, affordable childcare. House Priority Bill 5003 is a critical step in addressing the needs of both working families and businesses in our state, and I wholeheartedly support this bill. Skilled and committed early childhood educators are the backbone of early childhood development and quality care. Improving their compensation, benefits, and support is key to ensuring that we have the most qualified educators in our child care centers. The quality of care and education children receive from birth to 5 plays a significant role in determining their readiness for later success in school and beyond. In addition to being unable to compensate staff adequate wages, we are unable to offer health benefits. Many programs, my own included, are unable to offer insurance benefits because of the significant costs both to the program and the employees. Providing a system which providers would have access to affordable premiums would help smaller programs attract more applicants and expand the number of slots they can provide to families. By directing the Office of Early Childhood, the Insurance Department, and the Attorney General to work together to address insurance concerns for childcare, this bill tackles a critical issue that many childcare providers face. Ensuring that providers have proper insurance coverage at a fair rate is essential for the financial stability and the safety of the children in their care. My program had no licensing violations and no insurance claims, and in September 2024, our insurance went up $5,000 per year. Insurance companies requiring child care centers to have perfect licensing visits is unrealistic and puts an undue burden on providers. While maintaining high standards of care is essential for safety and well-being of children, the current system's rigidity can create significant challenges for child care centers. Even a minor citation like a missing parent work address, dust on event, or 1 ice pack instead of 2 in the first aid kit can lead to the loss of insurance or result in significant premium increases. This not only puts financial strain on providers, but also threatens our ability to continue operating. It's important to recognize that the goal should be continuous improvement. By working together to address concerns in a supportive way, we can ensure that centers remain open and continue to provide quality care without constant threat of financial collapse. During my conversations with families and my experiences as a mom and finding my own child care, it is clear that the entire system needs support. House Priority Bill 5003 is a necessary investment in Connecticut's future. It benefits families, children, educators, and businesses alike, and I strongly support its passage. The support of this bill would create a more equitable, sustainable, and effective child care system for everyone in our state. I thank you for the opportunity to testify and welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And not seeing any anyone online. Oh, wait, we do have one question. Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. Thank you, Shannon, for being here today and offering your perspective. Would you be able to give people who do not work or own or run a child care center an idea of how an inspection goes about? Like, how often is it done? Just so there's an understanding of what is being asked of providers.
Sure. So the Office of Early Childhood, first of all, recently updated the regulations, which was certainly a necessary upgrade. But inspections are done at least annually, typically a surprise visit, although the Office of Early Childhood has been trying to come out more frequently. And they are looking at everything. They're going through staff files, they're going through the children's files to look at physicals, enrollment forms, staff trainings and qualifications, and then safety things in the classrooms, the temperature of the water, how much lighting is there, are we following educational standards, and then looking at first aid kits, looking to see if there's any, chipped paint, and things like this. So a document that was once 2 pages long is now 4 pages long, because they're looking at things in a bit more detail, which I think is helpful to providers. However, directly tying that to insurance seems really unfair. The Office of Early Childhood really aims to support programs. And with recent changes in insurance, I've spoken to other providers who have lost it. And our own insurance agent told us that if we had a licensing violation, we might not be able to renew.
Just to clarify, the form that went from 2 pages to 4 pages, is that from the Office of Early Childhood?
It is.
Okay. And when you're talking with other providers, no difference in these violations, whether, like you said, we had 2 kids fall down the day before and only 1 ice pack was replaced, then, versus like a gross negligence type of failure. Both can result in the same loss of insurance.
Exactly. Any citation is looked at the same, and regardless of corrective action plans, which are required to be done for the Office of Early Childhood. And the Office of Early Childhood does come out to follow up on the violation. So when you send in that corrective action plan, they can come back at any point to just spot check basically and make sure that you have made the corrections you've indicated that you made. But the insurance company makes no distinction between dust on a vent fan or a child, falling off, or a climber, or being left unsupervised.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing that information. I think this is something that definitely needs to be looked at a lot more. And it's most people, I think, are not aware of how serious this can be. So thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate it. Thank you,
You're
Madam
welcome.
Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Wielander. Actually, I do have one question for you. Based on what we just talked about. So Shannon, when you said that the form from OEC went to 4 pages and that it's linked to the insurance company, did the insurance company request that form from you in order to determine your insurance?
They did. My renewal was in September 2024. And so typically speaking, I fill out forms with regard to like my enrollment and the finances and things of the program. And I was also required to provide my licensing forms going back 3 years, but they also indicated that they would be checking 211 to look at the licensing forms.
Okay, that is good information. Thank you so much for sharing it with us.
You're
We
welcome.
appreciate you being here, and thank you for all that you do as executive director. It's a lot, I know.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Elizabeth Main, followed by Louise. Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Elizabeth Gambacorta, I apologize. Then Elizabeth Main, followed by Louise Lisboa.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Liz Gambacorta. I'm a recreation supervisor with the town of Glastonbury, Connecticut. I've been in this role for 16 years, running municipal summer camps. For 5 years previous to that, I worked at a residential licensed summer camp. I'm also the mom of 2 young boys that attend camp also long so that I can work these hours. In Glastonbury, we serve 2,200 kids in our summer camp programs at 8 different community sites. That's one of the biggest things that separates us from private entities. We try to provide neighborhood camps for children. The licensure would be a huge challenge for municipal camps. We already provide safe camps. We do background checks. We have multiple layers of oversight, significant staff training, and require our staff to hold certifications. Sorry. Jumping
okay.
around between notes.
Nope, fine.
Just a couple of things that have come up as we've been going today. As previous testimony just highlighted, OEC oversight can be cumbersome. We have the oversight already built in, our risk managers, our HR departments. Any incident that happens at our camp gets reported all the way up to a town manager or mayor, so that we're doing checks and double checks on what making sure the number one priority for us is safety. After that, we are trying to provide affordable camps. We don't turn children away if there's any way not to. If we do are forced to become licensed, every child would have to come with a doctor-signed medical form to camp. There's a huge burden on the administrative end of that, and also the fact that, especially in lower income areas, parents don't do that. We struggle to get the paperwork we need, and we can hold a parent and say, no, I need you to fill out this form. But if we have to have a doctor-signed form, that child's going home with no child care, either to hang out at home or potentially, be left on their own for the day because they can't come to camp without that. We are very supportive of background checks. We do agree, and we've made this recommendation before. We met with Representative Boyd the other day and thank him for that meeting. But our recommendation is to amend 19A-77 and 19A-420 and require that all licensed exempt entities do background checks.
Can you please summarize?
Yes. And we are fully in support of background checks that can be done through third-party entities that can be done quickly and make sure everyone working with children are safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So back in the day, we used to register 400 kids, 420 kids to go to summer camps, something like 21, 22 camps. And I totally understand how difficult. These were low-income families that the nonprofit I was running paid for to go to camp. The kids, not the parents. And just a little levity at 422. So I do understand how difficult it is to get the paperwork. I do understand that that is not the primary focus of parents who have so many other stressors on them. And it sounds like your camps are doing a lot of what would be required. So I feel like we can find a mutual ground here, that we make sure that camps that we know are essentially childcare are getting the oversight that they need from OEC. So thank you so much for your testimony, and not seeing anyone else, I think you're good to go.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. We wanted a repeat.
Could you please just repeat the sections? Oh, of the statutes?
19A-77 and 19A-42 or 420? 240? Sorry. 420. It's 420.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks again. We now have Elizabeth Main, followed by Louise Lisboa, followed by Josefina Luis. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I had to be called to unmute. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me speak, letting me testify virtually today. I am Elizabeth Main, Board President and Legislative Chair for the Connecticut Recreation and Parks Association. I'm also the Program Supervisor for the Town of Cheshire's Recreation Department. I was recently appointed as a member of the Youth Camp Safety Advisory Council, so thank you so much for putting that into effect last year. I'm really excited to work with that group of people. I have 5 of my own children, and I live in the town of Branford. My kids participate in our Branford Recreation Department programs, including their summer program, and have participated in Boy Scout camps and a variety of other programs, including our local YMCA summer camp too. So I've got experience from a lot of different avenues. Today I'm here to urge you to oppose just Sections 6 and 7 of Senate Bill 6 on Act concerning resources and supports for infants, toddlers, and disconnected youth. Those 2 sections, as you know, eliminate the municipal exemption from the definition of a youth day camp and would require licensure by the Office of Early Childhood. That would go into effect July 1, 2025, as it's currently written. I am very concerned about that date because many of our camps have already started registrations. Some of them are even already full. Our budgets are set, our staff is hired or maybe provisionally hired, and trainings are in the works. Some of the aspects that were needed to go into effect on July 1, 2025, it's possible that some of them would not be able to operate for summer 2025 because we may be too far down the road for changing who we're staffing. So that would cause a shortage of affordable summer childcare for the youth in Connecticut, and therefore some teens, young adults, and other adults might be searching for meaningful work this summer. We are already overseen by a government agency. Why do we need a different government agency to be involved, that being the Office of Early Childhood? Municipal camps are literally run by a town's local government. If a constituent has a concern, they bring it to the professional recreation staff working for their town and who is paid with their local tax dollars. If that constituent remains unsatisfied, they can, and they do, raise the issue to higher authorities within the town, Maybe it's a town manager or a first select person, a mayor, or another elected official. That's true of everything our departments do. A municipal camp is also ingrained in the town. If a municipal day camp were to be a bad actor, it would not be able to move to a new location and continue to operate. They would have to speak directly to their constituents, directly to the residents, and make reparations if there was ever something seriously wrong. We exist so that children have a safe and fun place to play, learn, and grow. Sure. When school is not in session, that's close to home. Requiring licensure would remove access to safe programming. Like I've said, safety is a priority. I wrote a lot more in my testimony. I'm not speaking fast enough today. So I guess I'll just open it up to questions because you guys, ladies and gentlemen, are all capable of reading my testimony that I submitted.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Hang on just one sec. Representative Wielander.
Hi, Elizabeth. Thank you for testifying today. So as you were speaking, I was thinking about one of the situations that, or the situation that I know brought this concern to the forefront in SB 6, which was the very tragic situation that happened in Bethany at their municipal camp. But we know that background checks, which I believe that individual had, based on the fact that he was also a substitute teacher in the school, would not have caught him beforehand. Would you be able to speak to any steps or process that municipal camps or any camp could do to ensure that that kind of predatory and abusive behavior that happened wouldn't be able to happen again without it being a licensure concern?
Sure, thank you very much. So one thing is all camp directors are required to be mandated reporters in existing statute. So all camp directors are mandated reporters. And as part of training, we actually go beyond that, and any staff over the age of 21 is required to go through the mandated reporter training. And then we also, as part of our orientation, we talk to all of our staff who is under the age of 21 about what the appropriate protocol is if they even suspect any sort of abuse or neglect on any child, be it at home, at one of our facilities. They know what they're supposed to do to report that. We also have policies so that we never have a single staff person around a child at any point. We always have 2 staff people. Even if it's aftercare, a parent is late picking up, and we have to have 2 people stay. That we would never allow 1 child and 1 staff person on site. We go over during our trainings, no touching, and sometimes people may think we're unfriendly because we'll only go as far as a fist bump, but there are no hugs allowed at our camps, unfortunately. I know people would probably like to, because there are some times where it's a kid and you just want to reach out, and I mean, it's your human nature. But we go through that thoroughly at our training, like, no, that's it. We fist bump and that's about it, because that's as close as you should get to a child, just to be extra safe. So those are some of the things that are in place. And I think that the mandated reporter training and the fact that it already exists in statute is really important. Does that help answer your question?
It did, actually. Thank you. And do you know, are those practices and protocols, are they typical and uniform across most camps, about like the fist bumps and the 2 adults, to 1 child type of thing?
In speaking to my colleagues, I am pretty confident that that is across the board. When I talk to people, I know that we often commiserate on the fact that we have to pay 2 people. Because we want the kids to be safe. So that's the ultimate goal, is there's always 2 people. We don't ever want a child. And then we look at it also as protecting our own staff, because we don't ever want an allegation to be raised against one of them.
Thank you for that. I think, especially with that particular situation, we can all agree that there were definitely some lapses in protocol and practice and regulations. So getting to the bottom of it so it isn't repeated, including, background checks, that's a great way to stop somebody before they even get into the building. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We appreciate your testimony and your time. Next up is Louise Lisboa, followed by Josefina Luis, and then Adrian Rodriguez.
Afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Cohen, Representative Wieslander, Senator Martin, Representative Dauphinat, and members of the Children's Committee. My name is Louise Lisboa, and I am with the Women's Business Development Council, or WBDC, a statewide nonprofit delivering business education and grants. I run our Child Care Business Support Program, and over the past 5 years, in partnership with OEC, WBDC has educated 1,800 early childhood businesses and invested more than $7.5 million in grants to licensed providers statewide. It is based on this work that I'm offering testimony in support of key sections of House Bill 5003. Section 3's Care for Kids cost analysis and implementation plan is important. Cost of care outweighs what families can afford and what is being reimbursed for by Care for Kids. With increased payment rates allowing providers to recoup their cost of care, they can pay better wages and invest in their programs to improve quality. For Section 6 expanded subsidy eligibility, I'll share a quick example. We worked with a center from Putnam that couldn't get full enrollment because families could not afford the price of childcare, and those families were not eligible for Care for Kids. The program was in financial straits as a result and in jeopardy of closing. So Section 6 helps mitigate these kinds of challenges so parents can get back to work. WBDC also supports Sections 8 to 10 of the bill for early childhood facilities grants. Having managed such grant programs with technical assistance for 5 years and worked with the LISC team on theirs for the past year, we have seen the impact of these grants in creating and sustaining childcare spaces. Survey data from WBDC grantees have shown the impact of grants to be strengthened finances, with over 60% reporting revenue increases, greater business knowledge, and skills to secure additional capital for further growth. Grant programs open doors to opportunities and can be a stepping stone to greater success. Finally, Section 16's study on liability insurance is vital. We just heard this from Julia Day Nursery. So far, a dozen of our early childhood clients reported liability insurance costs increasing 300% or more, or being dropped from coverage. This can happen with minor licensing violations or even unsubstantiated claims. One New London center had their insurance costs go up $4,000 a year. Absolutely. So these costs are unsustainable. In summary, I urge you to support House Bill 5003, especially Sections 3, 6, 8 to 10, and 5 to 17. I'll be happy to take questions, and I appreciate your time and work. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here, and thank you and WBDC for all the work you do. It has a massive impact across our state, and certainly on Pay Equality Day, I very much appreciate the work you do. So looking around the room and online, I don't see any questions, and I thank you for hanging in here with us and for testifying.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
That she is not with my organization.
You are up. And then okay, so the next person after Adrian is Erica Sanchez, followed by Angelica Cervantes.
Yes, unfortunately, Erica won't be able to attend,
Okay.
and I'll share a bit more about that at the end of my testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Children's Committee. My name is Adrian Rodriguez, and I serve as the Director of Child Care for CSEA SEIU Local 2001, representing over 4,000 of the state's family child care providers. I'm here today on behalf of our membership to urge you to vote yes on House Bill 5003. Typically, I would speak on behalf of providers, but today you will hear directly from many of them. And instead, I want to take this opportunity to share my own story, a story that highlights the urgent need for a healthcare subsidy program as written in HB 5003. I'm incredibly proud to be a product of home-based family child care myself. My provider, Diana Cruz, lovingly known as Lala, was the very first childcare provider I ever knew. I was also the very first child that she took care of in her 30 years of being in business. Lala's journey into childcare was born out of necessity. Having moved from Puerto Rico with her 3 adult daughters, she became a family childcare provider to ensure her children had the opportunity to work and pursue higher education. But her impact extended far beyond her own family. She was a fierce advocate for education, not just for her daughters, not just for the children in her care, but for hundreds of children in Hartford. Lala was a close friend of the late Representative Maria Sanchez, who you may know. They lived in the same neighborhood, faced the same struggles, and shared the same commitment to change. Lala was not only shaping young minds in her home, but was actively campaigning for transformative change in her city. She stood alongside Maria Sanchez in all 3 of her elections, advocating for a better Hartford and inspiring me in many ways that I did not fully understand at the time. You see, my family childcare provider didn't only teach me my ABCs and my 1, 2, 3s. She fought to ensure that I and children like me, whose first language was Spanish, had access to quality education in Hartford. She instilled in me the importance of civic engagement and standing up for what's right. It's no coincidence that I now hold the role that I hold today. I can proudly share that the children that Lala cared for have gone on to become engineers, nurses, artists, advocates, and teachers, and her influence has shaped generations. But despite all she gave, despite the sacrifices she made for her family and her community, she was never compensated at a livable wage or offered health insurance. This meant sacrificing her own care, and she could not afford medications that she needed, let alone the cost of doctor's visits. Over time, her health declined, leading to poor sleep habits, which doctors later linked to stress and lack of proper medical care, contributed then to her diagnosis of Alzheimer's and dementia 2 years ago. Lala is my grandmother, and today my family cares for her. There are times that she wakes up at 5 in the morning, gets ready, and waits by the door for children who no longer arrive, because it was her routine. That is all she had known for 30 years. Her children in her care are gone, and they've grown up. Her business is also gone, and her income is gone. What remains is an immeasurable amount of love that she still wants to give. There will come a day that Lala no longer remembers us or the achievements that we've accomplished, but we will remember her. I'm left asking, what if we could have afforded medical benefits for her? What if she had gotten better sleep? What if she had not feared going to the doctor because of costs? What if she had access to healthcare subsidies that recognized her value of her work? My grandmother is one of many, many providers who could not afford healthcare and put off their own health. Today, as you hear my testimony from my family childcare provider, I ask you to consider not just from many family childcare providers, I ask you not to just consider their words, but the legacy that they're also shaping. These providers are not just caring for children, they are shaping the future. They're ensuring that children in their care have the opportunity to thrive. But who is ensuring that they are supported in the way that they need? Let's stop asking what if and start taking action. I urge this committee to vote yes on House Bill 5003, recognizing the value of the providers who dedicate their lives to our children. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and I will accept any questions. I would like to add that Erica unfortunately cannot attend. She had an amazing story herself. I encourage the committee to read her testimony on healthcare. She is currently on the way to the emergency room because of some of her back pain. Thank you again.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, appreciate you being here, and congratulations again on your first home.
Thank you. I was at a closing just before this. Thank you very much, Senator Mayor.
I'm sorry. So Angelica, I believe Angelica is up next, and then followed by, and I'm not going to get this right, Kio Beni Grillon, and then Gail Nolan. So Angelica.
Gracias, buenas tardes. Senador Senador Mar, representante Paris, senador Martin, representante Dufaneis y miembros del Comité de Niños. Mi nombre es Angélica Cervantes. y soy proveedora de cuidado infantil familiar en Waterbury. También soy vicepresidenta de mi región SEA-SEIU Local 2001 y una proveedora acreditada por NAPSI. Con 10 años de experiencia, hoy presento mi testimonio en apoyo a la HB 5003. Esta propuesta amplía el acceso a Care for Kids y asigna fondos excedentes al sistema de cuidado infantil, permitiendo que más familias reciban asistencia y asegurando un ingreso más equitativo para las proveedoras y un incremento de salario para nuestras sustitutas. Incluso incluye un acceso de seguro de salud. La mayoría de las proveedoras hemos trabajado sin cobertura médica porque simplemente no podemos costearlo. Ahora mismo yo no tengo seguro médico y me encantaría tener uno. También es clave la implementación de la elegibilidad presunta para Care for Kids. Muchas proveedoras como yo asistimos a los padres para llenar las aplicaciones, un proceso que puede tardar semanas o meses. Actualmente trabajo con una madre a la cual Care for Kids se tardó 4 meses para decirle que tenía que aplicar otra vez. La segunda aplicación tomó 2 meses adicionales. Care for Kids solo le aprobó 6 semanas de retroactivo. Ella tuvo que hacer un plan de pago conmigo, ya que no podía pagarme el total del tiempo anterior. La propuesta cambia esto, dando 60 días de preaprobación, que es una ayuda, pero debería de ser más. Me gustaría que el proyecto de ley incluya más subvenciones para mejorar nuestros precios. He recibido fondos por parte del programa LIS y fue una gran ayuda. Estoy renovando mi sótano, lo cual va a ayudar a expandir el espacio que brindo a los niños. Estas ayudas son muy necesarias, pero les pido que hagan el proceso fácil y asequible para que la mayor proveedoras puedan participar. En conclusión, les solicito que consideren la aprobación de esta ley y que continúen escuchando nuestras voces. Nosotros somos quienes garantizamos que miles de familias puedan salir a trabajar cada día y para que este sistema funcione necesitamos estabilidad, protección y un compromiso real con nuestro bienestar y el de las familias a las que servimos. Muchas gracias.
Please continue. Jennifer?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Senator Mayer, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Daphne, and members of the Committee on Children. My name is Angelica Cervantes, and I'm a family child care provider in Waterbury. I'm also the Vice President of my region, CSCA SEIU Local 2001, and a NAVSEA accredited provider with 10 years of experience. Today, I am submitting my testimony in support of HB 5003. This proposal expands access to care for kids and allocates excess funds to the child care system, allowing more families to receive assistance and ensuring a more equitable income for providers and increased pay for our substitutes. It even includes access to health insurance. Most of us providers have worked without health coverage because we simply cannot afford it. Right now, I do not have health insurance and I would love to have it. Also key is the implementation of presumptive eligibility for Care for Kids. Many providers like myself assist parents in filling out applications, a process that can take weeks or months. I'm currently working with a mother who took 4 months from Care for Kids to tell her she had to reapply again. The second application took an additional 2 months. Care for Kids only approved her for 6 weeks of retroactive payment. She had to work out a payment plan with me since she couldn't pay me the full amount of the previous time. This proposal changes this, giving 60 days of pre-approval, which is helpful, but it should be more. I like that the bill includes more grants to improve our spaces. I have received funding from the LIST program, and it was a great help. I am renovating my basement, which helps me to expand the space I provide for the children. These grants are much needed, but I ask that you make the process easy and affordable so that the vast majority of providers can participate. In conclusion, I ask that you consider passing this law and continue to listen to our voices. We are the ones who ensure that thousands of families can go to work every day. And for this system to work, we need stability, protection, and a real commitment to our well-being and that of the families we serve. Thank you. Angelica Cervantes, Waterbury.
Thank you so much for the translation. Seeing no questions, the next person up is, I'm so sorry, I'm not going to say your name right. Kiobani Gruyon. I don't know.
That is correct.
It is? Oh my gosh.
You almost got it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Martin,
Representative Dauphine, and members of the Committee on Children. My name is Kibeni Grujon, and I am a family child care provider in Waterbury. I am also a member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001. Today, I am testifying in support of HB 5003. I have been a provider in home care for children for 12 years. In that time, I have cared for more than 25 children, many of whom stayed with me long-term. I do this work because I love it. I love seeing children grow, learn, and develop confidence. I have dedicated most of my home to this work, creating separate rooms for different age groups, ensuring that they have a safe, enriching environment. That is why I strongly support HB 5003, which would provide much-needed funding to help child care providers like me to improve our spaces, using $100 million in state bonds. Right now, I do not have an enclosed backyard, which means I have to take my children across the street to the park. It would mean a lot. It would mean the world to me and to the families I serve if I can create a safe outdoor play space right in my own backyard where children could explore freely. This bill would, for the first time in 10 years for our advocacy, provide a viable avenue for professionals in this field to get health care. Thank you. Before the pandemic, I didn't think much about it. I was always healthy and didn't see it as a necessity. But when COVID-19 hit, I realized how essential my job was and how vulnerable I was without good coverage. Now I pay $500 a month for health care insurance, which is a huge expense. The subsidies in HB 5003 would make a big difference for providers like me, ensuring that we stay healthy while continuing to care for children. It is exciting that the state is going to be investing into child care fund surplus money every single year. With a seat at the table for unionized providers, I know that not only will that money be distributed in ways we need, but the ways in which we serve will allow us to fully show up to the table. And this is so important because our pay matters. Right now, I do not make enough to afford a full-time assistant or to pay my substitute what she truly deserves. Having qualified help is essential, not just for me, but for the children in my care. With the added investment in early childhood education, there is a chance that I will have resources to pay my staff fairly. Beyond my own business, I am committed to strengthening the early childhood education field. I both hold the CDA and NAFCC national accreditation. I also help other providers critical certification, ensuring that more children in Connecticut receive high quality care. My work not only supports family, but strengthens the child care workforce. Without providers like me, parents would not be able to go to work and businesses wouldn't be able to operate. Childcare is a foundation of thriving economy and role is essential. I urge you to pass HB 5003 to invest in the future of our children, our workforce, and Connecticut's economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, I appreciate you hanging in here and being sharing your thoughts on the bill. Next up, we have Gail Nolan, followed by Maria Reyes, Cruz O'Neill, and Meledes Riviera.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gail Nolan. I want to say hello to Senator Marr, Senator Cohen, Senator Kushner, Representative Comey, Representative Wielander, also Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Dauphine, and the members of the Children's Committee. As I said, I'm Gail Nolan. I'm a resident of Bloomfield, Connecticut. I've been a school readiness and CDC liaison for a number of years. I was a home daycare provider before that. Years ago. I'm also testifying as a board member of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance, a statewide organization whose members are committed to improving the educational, health, and economic outcomes for children and their caregivers. I am offering testimony in strong support of HB 5003.
The bill makes great progress towards providing an affordable, accessible childcare system for families and makes early childhood care and education a more viable career option, which will strengthen our economy and provide a more high-quality education to young children in their most important stages of development. This bill is important for families and providers. It expands funding for early childhood education. It ensures that more children receive high-quality care and they get the help they need to get quality care by including families in care for kids up to 85% of SMI. It's very important. So more families will be able to get this help. It allows providers to pay staff better wages so that they can ensure they have high quality staff to educate the children, and also includes them in access health if they need health care. In summary, I would just say that HB 5003 is the legislation we need to start fixing childcare in Connecticut. I urge you to consider the children, families, businesses, and staff that will benefit from this and give it your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gail. Thanks for your testimony and for being here. We appreciate it. There are no questions in the room or online, so you're good to go.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Maria Reyes. She's not here. Okay. Cruz O'Neill. Melades Rivera. Melades.
Hi.
Hello.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Muy buena tarde. Senador Mar, representante Paris, senador Merrin, representante Duffin, miembro del Comité de Niños. Mi nombre es Milady Rivera y soy proveedora de cuidado infantil familiar de Waterbury y orgulloso miembro de CIEA y CIU Local 2001. He sido proveedora de cuidado y educación infantil por los últimos 10 años. Durante esta trayectoria he tenido el privilegio de impactar positivamente la vida de muchos niños y sus familias, ofreciendo un entorno de alta calidad que fomenta su desarrollo y su bienestar. Hoy estoy aquí para expresar mi apoyo al proyecto de ley HB 5003, porque aborda áreas críticas que necesitan soluciones necesarias para fortalecer el sector del cuidado infantil. En primer lugar, esta ley amplía los fondos disponibles para mejorar la calidad de nuestros servicios y facilita la elegibilidad para los padres, asegurando que más familias puedan acceder a un cuidado infantil asequible y confiable. Esto no solo beneficia a los niños y sus familias, sino también nos da a las proveedoras la estabilidad necesaria para continuar con nuestra labor. Sin embargo, quiero aprovechar este espacio para compartir una preocupación fundamental de la falta de seguro médico para las proveedoras. Nuestra salud es prioritaria, pero muchas veces nos vemos obligadas a postergar procedimientos médicos porque los costos son inaccesibles. Hay tratamientos que, aunque sean esenciales, no podríamos pagar con trabajo. Es urgente considerar un fondo económico que nos brinde acceso a un seguro médico adecuado, porque sin nuestra salud no podemos garantizar la calidad de servicio que ofrecemos. Por último, quiero resaltar los problemas que enfrentamos con Care for Kids. Cuando una solicitud pasa 3 meses o 4, en muchas ocasiones, antes de dar una respuesta, lo que recibimos es la carta de negación. Deberían proponer un plazo para pagárselo a los padres, por lo menos 2 meses hasta que le aprueben el caso. Por todo esto, insto que los legisladores apoyaran la ley HB 53 y a considerar estas propuestas adicionales, porque invertir en el cuidado infantil es invertir en el futuro de nuestras comunidades. Muchas gracias por su tiempo y apoyo.
Thank you. Jennifer, would you like to translate, please?
Absolutely. Senator Mayer, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Daphne, and members of the Committee on Children. My name is Meledis Rivera, and I'm a family child care provider in Waterbury and a proud member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001. I have been a child care and education provider for the past 10 years. During this journey, I have had the privilege of positively impacting the lives of many children and the families by providing a high-quality environment that fosters their development and well-being. Today, I'm here to express my support for HB 5003 because it addresses the critical areas that need the solutions necessary to strengthen the child care sector. First, this law expands the funding available to improve the quality of our services and facilitates eligibility for parents, ensuring that more families can access affordable and reliable child care. This not only benefits children and their families, but also gives providers the stability necessary to continue our work. However, I want to take this opportunity to share a fundamental concern: the lack of health insurance for providers. Our health is our priority, but we are often forced to postpone medical procedures because the costs are unaffordable. There are treatments that, although essential, we could not afford even with the 3 months of work. It is urgent to consider a financial fund that gives us access to adequate health insurance, because without our health, we cannot guarantee the quality of the service we offer. Finally, I want to highlight the problems we face with Care for Kids. When we submit an application, it often takes 3 or 4 months before we receive a response, and often what we receive is a denial letter. During that time, children have been in our care, but parents are unable to cover those payments retroactively, leaving us with significant financial losses and making it difficult to cover our own expenses and pay our substitutes. We need a more efficient and fair process to avoid these difficulties, but I am glad to know that parents will have the opportunity to have 60 days of paid childcare until they are approved. For all this, I urge legislators to support HB 5003 and to consider these additional proposals, because investing in child care is investing in the future of our communities. Thank you for your time and your support. And I just wanted to say that I did have Cruz O'Neill. She was waiting. She got promoted. And I believe I have Maria Reyes, who's trying to get back in. So just giving y'all a heads up on that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Hello, Cruz O'Neill. Please proceed. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, senador Mar, representante Paris, senador Martin, representante Daphnaís y miembro del Comité de Niños. Mi nombre es Cruz O'Neill y soy proveedora de cuidado infantil en New Britain. Llevo 4 años ofreciendo cuidado en mi hogar. También soy miembro del CSEA SEIU Local 2001. Hoy testifico en apoyo al HB 5003. Uno de los mayores retos para las familias que atiendo es el acceso a Care for Kids. Cambios mínimos en sus ingresos pueden aumentar drásticamente sus pagos mensuales, dejándolos en una situación imposible. Una madre en mi programa vio su tarifa subir a $929 al mes solo por casarse. En agosto del 2025, cuando su hijo cumpla 3 años, Care for Kids solo cubrirá $99 al mes, dejando a la familia con un pago de $1,200. Cada mes asumo diferencias para evitar que los niños pierdan su cuidado y los padres sus empleos. La eliminación de la tarifa para las proveedoras que usamos Care for Kids para nuestros propios hijos es un alivio. Pero lo que realmente necesitamos es un aumento en las tarifas que recibimos. Si el Estado pagara realmente lo que cuesta el cuidado infantil, los padres no tendríamos que luchar tanto y las proveedoras no asumiríamos tantas pérdidas. Otro cambio que parece fundamental es la implementación de la elegibilidad presunta para Care for Kids. Solicitar este subsidio es un proceso largo y complicado. Las proveedoras somos las que ayudamos a las familias a completarlos. Muchas veces los padres tienen que esperar meses sin respuestas. y mientras tanto no pueden pagar el cuidado. En varias ocasiones he cuidado niños sin recibir pago, solo para que sus padres no pierdan su trabajo. Con esta ley, las familias recibirían ayuda temporal por 60 días mientras procesan su solicitud, lo que tratará estabilidad tanto para ellos como para nosotras. Por último, quiero resaltar la importancia del acceso a seguro de salud para los
You would translate. Thank you.
Absolutely. Senator Mayer, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Dauphinais, and members of the Committee on Children. My name is Cruz O'Neill, and I'm a family child care provider in New Britain. I have been providing care in my home for 4 years. I'm also a member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001. Today, I am testifying in support of HB 5003. One of the biggest challenges for the families I serve is access to care for kids. Minor changes in their income can drastically increase their monthly payments, leaving them in an impossible situation. One mother in my program saw her rate go up to $929 a month after getting married. By August of 2025, when her child turns 3, Care for Kids will only cover $99 a month, or only cover $99 a month, leaving the family with a payment of $1,250, an impossible payment for them. Each month, I pick up the difference to keep children from losing care and parents from losing their jobs. Eliminating the fee for providers who use Care for Kids for their own children is a relief, but what we really need is an increase in the rates we receive. If the state paid for what childcare could actually cost, parents wouldn't have to struggle to so much and providers wouldn't have to bear so many losses. Another change that I think is critical is the implementation of presumptive eligibility for Care for Kids. Applying for the subsidy is a long and complicated process, and providers are the ones who will help families complete it. Many times, parents have to wait months without a response, and in the meantime, they can't afford care. On several occasions, I have cared for many children without pay, just so their parents wouldn't lose their jobs. With this law, families will receive a temporary help for 60 days while their application is processed, which will bring stability for both them and us, but we can use a little more. Lastly, I want to highlight the importance of access to health insurance for child care providers. We work long hours caring for Connecticut's children, but many of us can't afford health insurance. HB 5003 is a step in the right direction because it addresses the real issues that providers and the families we serve face. So I thank the legislators who have worked on this bill, and I ask you to pass it so we can continue to provide the care Connecticut families need. Thank you for your time, Cruz O'Neill.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. Next up, there are no questions, so you're good to go. Thank you. Next up, we have Maria Reyes.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Reyes. Buenas tardes, senador Martin, representante Paris, senador Martin, representantes Dauphinais y miembro del Comité de Niños. Mi nombre es María Reyes y soy proveedora de cuidado infantil en Waterbury y la orgullosa presidenta de la División de Cuidado Infantil SCEA y CIU Local 2001. Presento este testimonio en apoyo al HB 503. La falta de un salario justo y seguro de salud accesible, que ha puesto en riesgo a muchas proveedoras. He tenido que usar mis propios recursos junto con otros proveedores para recaudar fondos para gastos médicos. Apoyar a compañeras que ya han tenido que dejar de trabajar debido a problemas de salud y en algunos casos cubrir sus funerales cuando la falta de seguro médico significó que recibieron un diagnóstico de cáncer demasiado tarde y ya no están con nosotras, lamentablemente. Las inversiones en este proyecto de ley van a cambiar nuestra vida. Este proyecto de ley también reconoce que no podemos seguir trabajando sin pago garantizado. Hace tiempo esperé 2 meses para que una madre recibiera una decisión sobre su solicitud cuando fue denegada. No tuve el corazón para dejar de cuidar a su hijo. Ella no tenía otra opción inmediata y sabía que sin cuidado infantil perdería su trabajo y seguir cuidándole al niño adicionalmente hasta que buscara otra opción. La asignación de 100 millones para la construcción y renovación de programas de cuidado infantil nos beneficiaría mucho. Yo misma quiero actualizar mi casa en un nuevo piso, cambiar las ventanas y comprar una estufa nueva. Con esta nueva subvención que se cumplirá mis sueños y metas. Yo estuve en la mesa de negociación cuando ganábamos solo 2.23 por hora. Me orgullece hoy ver cuánto hemos avanzado, cómo esta inversión mejorará nuestra industria y nuestro salario. Le pido que lo aprueben, por favor, esta ley y continúen construyendo y avanzando un futuro mejor para nuestros niños, nuestras familias y nosotras, los proveedores que cuidamos con amor y compromiso cada día. Y nunca se olviden de incluirnos en todas sus decisiones. Gracias.
Thank you for your testimony. Jennifer.
Yep. Senator Mayer, Representative Paris, Senator Mar, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Daphne, and members of the Children's Committee. My name is Maria Reyes, and I'm a family child care provider in Waterbury and the proud president of the Family Child Care Division of CSEA, SEIU Local 2001. I'm submitting this testimony in support of HB 5003. The lack of a fair wage and affordable health insurance has put many at risk. I have had to use my own resources along with other providers to raise funds for medical expenses, support co-workers who had to stop working due to health issues, and in some cases cover their funerals when lack of health insurance meant they received a cancer diagnosis too late and are no longer with us, unfortunately. The investment in this bill will change our lives. This bill also recognizes that we cannot continue to work without guaranteed pay. A while back, I waited for 2 months for a mother to receive a decision on her application. When she was denied, I did not have the heart to stop caring for her child. She had no immediate choice, and I knew that without childcare, she would lose her job. And so I took care of her child for free while she found another option. Additionally, the allocation of $100 million for the construction and renovation of childcare programs would benefit us greatly. I myself want to update my house with a new floor, change the windows, and buy a new stove. And with these new grants, my dream and goals will be fulfilled. I was at the negotiating table when we were making only $2.23 an hour. And I am proud to see how far we have come and how this investment will improve our industry and our wages. I ask that you pass this law and continue to build a better future for our children, our families, and us, the providers who care for them with love and commitment every day. And never forget to include us in all of your decisions. Thank you. Maria Reyes.
Thank you so much for putting history behind your testimony, so we understand how far you have come and yet know how far we need to go. Did you want to translate that, Jennifer?
María, ella te dio las gracias por la historia que contaste en el testimonio y de verdad que la ayudaste de un punto de vista históricamente. O sea, empezamos de un lugar muy poco, ¿verdad? Y hemos logrado mucho, pero que es obvio que todavía hay mucho por lograr. Así que muchas gracias por su testimonio.
Gracias. Dile que gracias a ella.
She says thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Tamika Keith. Please go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, Senator Mayer, Representative Harris, Senator Martin, and Representative Dauphiné, and members of the Committee on Children. My name is Tamika Keith, and I am a family child care provider in Glastonbury, Connecticut, until I was forced to close my doors. Until I was forced to discontinue services. I am still a proud member of CSEA, SEIU Local Chapter 2110, and plan to continue membership when I reopen my doors, when I recontinue services. For years, I dedicated myself to providing quality childcare, supporting working families, and helping parents balance their responsibilities. But the lack of stability, fair compensation for providers ultimately made it impossible for me to continue. I am now the executive director of the Cultural Dance Troupe of the West Indies, Inc. I am here today to share my story and urge you to pass HB 5003 so that no other provider has to make the same difficult decisions I have had to make. I cared for 7 children most of them siblings from the same mother. When she became pregnant with another child, she trusted that I would care for her newborn, knowing that I had already built a strong bond with her family for months. I provided care while she waited for her Care for Kids application to be processed, believing that assistance would eventually come through. But when her application was denied, she could no longer afford the cost of care, and I was forced to withdraw all of her children. I was forced to withdraw all of her children. Overnight, I lost my entire income. Without financial stability to sustain my business, I had no choice but to discontinue child care services. This is the reality for so many family child care providers. We do this work because we love it, but love alone cannot pay our bills. Too often we are asked to provide care on faith, waiting alongside families for decisions that determine our ability to survive. HB 5003 will change this by ensuring that families receive temporary Care for Kid assistance for 60 days while their applications are being processed. This would prevent providers from going unpaid for months and allow parents to keep their children in stable care while awaiting approval. This bill also invests in childcare infrastructure, ensuring that providers have the resources to sustain and expand their businesses. I have been able to rely on stable funding. I might still be open today, providing the high quality care that so many families in my community need. Connecticut cannot afford to keep losing dedicated providers. Without us, working families will have nowhere to run. I urge you to pass HB 5003 and ensure that family child care providers are supported, valued, and paid fairly for the essential work that we do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and I'm so sorry that you are not able to provide childcare right now. Yes, we do have one question. Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Tamika. I was wondering, do you know why the mother that you were caring for the children of, do you know why her application was rejected? Oh, did we glitch up?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
No, I'll try again.
Yes.
Do you know why her application for Care for Kids, the mother whose kids you were watching or caring for, do you know why her application was rejected?
Honestly, there truly was no real reason. You know, her situation, her circumstances, I mean, we were certain that she would get the voucher, but she didn't.
Okay, I was just curious whether or not the potential change in the income limits might have been helpful if she was just on that cusp of,
No.
not making enough to pay for it on her own, but making too much to get the subsidy. So
No, she didn't have a substantial income at the time. Unfortunately, that was one of the things that she was actually looking forward to doing with the extra child coming in. You know, as a single mother with all of these children, you know, she did not have any assistance. I was her only assistance. I was her village. But it's just like, we can be the village to everyone else, but it's like when we need the village and we need the support, we have to be able to sustain ourselves so that we can help these families. That was kind of one of the hardest decisions I had to make in the 7 years I've given care. And I had to make it because, I began to suffer, because I'm feeding the children breakfast, snack, lunch, snack. All of these things are coming out of my pocket. So
thank you for providing the care that you did, and thank you for taking my question. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I do appreciate you, and while I'm very sorry that you're not able to provide care right now, I also appreciate the fact that you took care of yourself. And what you stated was a theme that we are hearing again and again and again, is that people are going above and beyond, providing care, providing food, taking on credit card debt in order to provide care for our children. So thank you for being there, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Beline Fiallo, followed by Ann Souza, and then Tanya Pimentel. Beline. Is she not there? No? Okay. Ann Souza? Ann Souza? Can you please unmute and testify? There
Thank
you
you. Thank you. This is the first time I'm doing this, so thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the work that you are doing. My name is Ann Sousa, and I am the Child Care Director at the YWCA in New Britain. We are licensed to care for 348 children, with 48 of them being under 3 years old. We care for children 6 weeks through 5th grade. I'm here in support of the HB 5003 bill because our child care system is, as you've been hearing all day, it's in crisis, and it's failing families, it's failing staff members caring for kids. And we need a significant investment to continue to provide quality care for young kids and their families. There are child care programs across the state that are critically understaffed because wages are too low to attract and retain qualified professionals. Despite the essential role that we play in shaping young minds, many early educators earn less than what you would make at Target or McDonald's. So we're competing with retailers it's a really important job that they're all doing. It's like to me, it's the most important job in the world to be an infant, toddler, preschool, or elementary teacher. But the need for infant care is especially dire. There is 1 slot for every 11 infants in New Britain. We have over 100 toddlers on our wait list. And it's become a situation like you've heard with others where Care for Kids is slow in paying. Unfortunately, we turn away many families because we have 42 slots for infants and toddlers. We have families that are being subsidized by Care for Kids. We have families that are on sliding scales, but none of it is ever enough to pay for the cost of care. So parents are struggling. They're struggling to find affordable tuition. Those payments alone, like I said, are not enough. Some of my experiences as a director is really the workforce. So in January and February, I set up, I want to say 23 interviews. 7 people showed up. Out of those 7 people, only 2 had bachelor's degrees. I have 70 or 80 applicants come in, but most of them are high school students who are looking to care for young children. So the salary is really
if you could please summarize.
Okay. So the salary really is prohibitive for people to want to come in and work in the field. And this is the most important job when you're dealing with infants and toddlers and preschoolers and brain development and all of the critical things that young children need to grow and thrive. And so I'm fingers crossed that wages will go up, which will bring in higher qualified staff.
Ann, thank you so much for your testimony, and could not agree more about the exponential growth that we see in early childhood and the brain development, the importance of good quality care for growing our children. So thank you for hanging in with us, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tanya Pimentel, followed by Lourdes Batista, and then Brenda Ocampo. No one? None of those? Okay. Who do we have? Maris? Go to 46, Alba Jimenez? Okay, what about Maris Morel?
Ah, sí, muy buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Sí.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a cada uno de ustedes. Gracias por la gran labor que están haciendo. Mi nombre es Maris Morel, soy residente de Waterbury, Connecticut. No sé si van a traducir. Elba.
Sí, estoy aquí. ¿Quieres que? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the great amount of work that you all do in the representation of constituents. My name is Maris Morwell from Waterbury, Connecticut.
Ok, entonces soy propietaria y operadora de un centro de cuidado infantil
I'm an owner and operator of a child care space
y miembro de la coalición de Connecticut para el cuidado infantil.
and member of the Child Care for Connecticut Coalition.
Hoy presento mi testimonio en firme apoyo a la HB 5003.
Today, I'm here to present my support and testimony for HB 5003.
Un proyecto de ley fundamental para garantizar un sistema de cuidado infantil asequible y accesible para las familias.
A legislative proposal to create a transformational change for accessible and equitable child care for families and child providers.
Al mismo tiempo que convierte la educación de la primera infancia en una opción profesional viable.
And at the same time, creating a viable resource and support for child care workforce.
Esta iniciativa no solo fortalece nuestra economía, sino que también brindará a los niños una educación de mayor calidad en sus años más críticos de desarrollo.
The initiative is not only important to creating support systems and transformational and long-term growth for the system, but also making sure that parents have resources as well.
Como proveedora, veo de primera mano los sacrificios que hacen los padres para costear el cuidado infantil.
As a provider, I see firsthand the sacrifices that parents make every day in order to pay for childcare.
Muchos de ellos acumulan deudas de más de $2,000 en el centro y aunque financieramente es un desafío para mí, no tengo el corazón para dejar ir esos niños sin cuidado.
Many of the parents I support and give care to accumulate debt, some of them $2,000 of debt with me, and I do not have the heart to turn them away. I am forced to discount that amount and still take them in and care for their children.
También sé lo que es vivir con la preocupación de no tener seguro médico.
I also know the sacrifice and how scary it is to live without health insurance.
Donde muchas veces tengo que tomar vacaciones e ir a mi país, en República Dominicana, a ir para poder tener servicios médicos.
Where many times I have to travel to the Dominican Republic, my country of origin, to get affordable and affordable health care in order to survive.
Esta es una de las muchas barreras que esta propuesta busca eliminar.
Those are one of the many proposals and initiatives that this legislative proposal is trying to eliminate.
Además de mejorar y ampliar los espacios para ofrecer un entorno de aprendizaje adecuado,
It's also
ha sido un desafío constante.
It's also helpful that in this legislative proposal, it amplifies and supports the growth of childcare and childcare spaces through capital improvements that providers really need.
Por ello, al considerar su apoyo a este proyecto de ley, les insto a garantizar una mayor asignación de fondos para financiar estas iniciativas esenciales.
Through the examples I just gave and how important it is to give resources and support systems, I ask all of you and implore you to please add more funding into this legislative proposal and support 5003.
Gracias por su tiempo y su consideración. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your time and your consideration, and thank you again.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you.
Gracias por tu testimonio.
So, Lisa Chapman, Alba Jimenez.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Buenas tardes a todos y a todas en esta tarde, a los senadores y representantes del miembro del Comité de Niños. Mi nombre es Alba Iris. Soy proveedora del cuidado infantil de Waterbury y orgullosamente de la coalición de Connecticut para el cuidado infantil. Doy gracias a cada uno de ustedes por este apoyo. Estoy aquí para expresar mi firme apoyo al HB 5003. Este proyecto de ley es un paso en la dirección correcta para hacer que el cuidado infantil sea más asequible y accesible para toda la familia, al mismo tiempo que garantice que los proveedores como yo puedan ganarse la vida de manera sostenible, la educación y la calidad primeramente infantil es esencial, que no solo para los niños que están bajo nuestro cuidado, sino también para la estabilidad y el crecimiento de nuestra comunidad y nuestra economía, ya que mis compañeras han expresado muchas de nuestras inquietudes que están afectando el cuidado esencial de los niños, porque algunos padres no tienen muchas veces para pagar, muchos ganan muy poco para pagar un cuidado semanal, y es necesario que con más diligencia nosotros estamos pidiéndole a ustedes que puedan aumentarnos nosotros para poder ayudar a esos padres de muy bajos recursos. Muchos a veces no pueden ni traer pan para su niño, y nos vemos obligados nosotras con el mismo dinero que es de nuestro bolsillo para ayudar y cooperar para que ellas sigan trabajando y no dejen de trabajar porque no tienen quien le cuide a su niño. Todos los días vemos familias que luchan, también preocupadas por su bienestar, de que financieramente están siendo bien empobrecidas, pero hasta ahora no tenemos acceso a un seguro médico. Esperamos que el HB 5003 reconozca esta realidad, pero debe de ir más allá. Le pido que se aseguren de que se dispongan esos fondos adecuados para todo estos proyectos de ley y que cumpla verdaderamente su promesa. Estamos dispuestos a servir a nuestra comunidad para que tengamos niños saludables y que en el mañana puedan ser útiles a la sociedad. Estamos para servir a la comunidad, pero también necesitamos de su apoyo, de tener acceso a un seguro médico y a un aumento salarial para cada uno de nosotros para cumplir esas necesidades en nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias y buenas tardes.
Gracias, Alma. Voy a traducir. Hello, my name is Alba Jimenez. Thank you for this opportunity to share my story. I'm a childcare provider here in Waterbury and member of the coalition Childcare for CT. I'm here to support 5003. This bill is the right step forward in making childcare more affordable. Many times I've had to pay out of pocket to support families that I care for in order to pay for and make sure that they still have childcare support and they stay in my care and make sure that they have a sustainable reality for themselves. And I do that with care and attention. Quality education is essential, and that I understand as a provider. It is necessary for stability and growth in our community. Every day I see those families, and once again, I'm there trying and helping in the struggle. 5003 acknowledges these realities, the realities that I see where parents don't have diapers, don't have resources, and are really struggling to just survive. But we need to go further. I ask you to please make sure that this proposal has enough funding so that providers like myself not only don't have to sacrifice from their own pockets to make those realities happen for families, but also have access to healthcare as well, and healthcare resources and other support systems. Investing in childcare means investing in families. I ask you to please support this bill, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Hussein Salama, followed by Shakira Nelson and Aleda Paulino. Mr. Clerk, they're not here.
They are not.
Okay, thank you. That ends our public hearing for today. And we appreciate everyone who hung in here and provided testimony. It was a lot, and we appreciate you all. Thank you.